Instagram, right?
Are you live on Insta or YouTube?
Ignore me. We can't see it.
We are not live currently. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
We're live.
We're live but not streaming.
We're live but not streaming.
Like the camera's not on.
But the back.
Yeah.
Amazing, right.
Yeah,
Right.
you got this.
Right. We're good.
Yeah? Hello, Cafe Culture! Woo! We are bringing the energy up. I know it's the morning. I know not everybody's caffeinated yet, but rest assured there is good times to come, isn't there, Omar?
Absolutely.
You might be wondering why we're stood here talking nonsense down a microphone. We're not going to do it for too long. I'm briefly going to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Grace, and you are?
Hi, I'm not Grace, I'm Omar.
What are we going to be doing here today, Omar?
We're going to be emceeing the UKBrC Cup 2024, baby!
Okay, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do lots of celebrations for the wonderful competitors, for the volunteers who are working so hard to get this thing off the ground, the beautiful judges who are so desperately, eagerly waiting in the wings. But before we start, we just want to thank the sponsors, don't we, Omar?
Absolutely.
So I'm going to pass the microphone over to you so that I can applaud loudly for all of our sponsors.
I got it. Number one, we'd like to say a massive thank you to Britta. We love you, Britta. A massive thank you to Bentwood. We also love you, Dog and Hat.
Yes, we do. The coffee sponsor.
We love you. Your coffee's great. And a massive thank you to Fellow. And last but not least, a massive thank you to Marco, who are our boiler system today, right? Awesome. Fabulous.
So without further ado, we are going to introduce our first competitor for the UKBrC Cup 2024. Everybody, huge round of applause. It's hard going first. David. Woo! And welcome, judges.
Morning. Good morning. Morning. How's it going? All right. Morning. Yes, of course. So cold? Yeah, on top. Yes, not yet.
Kettle, actually.
Yeah.
So if you pour a bit of...
Yes, there's 2 more cups there.
Okay. No,
Or you want to?
You can pour both in the one cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you.
Wonderful. Happy to go?
Yeah, when you're ready.
Great. Is everybody comfortable? Just going to test the music, please. Okay, do you know what? You can just let it run. That's okay. Yeah, we're going to get going. Everyone's comfortable. We're ready to go. First coffees of the day. Here we go. So, time. Good morning, judges. My name's David, and welcome back to 2002. More specifically, to my bedroom. It's Christmas Day. I've just put on new songs on my CD player. I'm wearing my brand new Liverpool shirt. I'm feeling quite good about myself. And I've just used my favourite present of all. And I want to show you a photograph of the box because I still have it. This is a Morphy Richards Cafe Rico filter coffee maker with frother. Now, it's a slightly odd gift to give a 14-year-old for Christmas, it does have to be said, but it's something that I'd always wanted because I've always been obsessed with filter coffee. Now, 20 years ago, coffee in a metal filter, water in the back, push the button, slightly less complicated than this morning. But over the past 20 years, I've explored and experienced all the different facets that go into brewing a cup of coffee, and that's how I've come to the setup that I'm going to be using for you this morning to brew you the most exceptional cup possible. Now, the one similarity that I will be drawing back from 2002 is that I'm going to be serving you a blend of 2 coffees. So, as I start to introduce them, all of the coffee and brewing information is on the cards in front of you. Please refer to it during the presentation and take it back to the judges' room with you. So let's meet the 2 coffees. First up, on your left, we have Finca Macava from Colombia. This geisha, grown at 1,800 metres above sea level, is picked when ripe, placed into stainless steel tanks where CO2 is pumped in. This carbonic maceration phase is then followed up by raised bed natural drying to transform this geisha into something that's dense, sweet, and full-bodied, and is the foundation for our blend today. It's going to give us sweetness, mouthfeel, and lots of red fruit notes. To build on to the Macava, on the right-hand side, we have another geisha, but this time from Guatemala at Finca Gascon, grown at 1,750 meters above sea level. This time, the ripe cherries are picked, pulped, and then submerged for 76 hours in fermentation tanks, maximizing the brightness and floral that we know and love from geisha. This is great because it builds on our Macava with acidity, aftertaste, and lots of fresh citrus. Both of these coffees were roasted to a medium profile 4 days ago to maximize the amount of potential volatiles for me to extract, but also make it easy for me to extract them for you. I'm going to be using 6 grams of the Macava to 9.5 grams of the Gascon, creating a synergy between the two that enables me to brew the best cup possible. So, the 15.5 grams that I'll be brewing for you today will be going into an Araya V3 brewer. The flat bottom and plastic construction enable me to brew efficiently and quickly, maximizing potential flavor. Into each of these brewers today, I'll be adding water at 90 degrees Celsius, and I'll be adding it in 4 pours. 3 60-gram pours, followed by a 70-gram pour, to a 250-gram total, which is a 1:16 ratio. The water has 60 parts per million of calcium and 25 parts per million of potassium for clarity and vibrancy. The last part is noticeably absent, which is why I had a little falter there, and it's the cups I'm going to be using today. So today, I'm going to be using the Origami Sensory Cup, and the reason I'm using it is because the shape will channel aromas into your nose whilst you drink. The weight and round lip will enhance the perception of mouthfeel. And my favourite thing of all, the pink colour increases your anticipation and perception of sweetness in the brew. Now, the last thing that I've done is I'm brewing these directly from a freezer. By rapidly chilling the initial part of the brew, I capture more volatile aromatics that would otherwise be lost, introducing more complexity and enjoyment to the cup across the whole spectrum from hot to cold. It's a really easy thing to improve your home game. When you go home tonight, stick a cup in your freezer, brew into it tomorrow morning. It revolutionizes everything. Now, the last thing I'm going to do to make sure those aromas stay trapped is once I finish brewing, I'm going to place one of these discs on top of the cup. I'll then remove it for your initial aroma assessment, in which time you will find, and you can please write this down on your sheets, malted fruit loaf. Now this is raisin, molasses, and sweet cake. Now, as I begin to brew, I'm going to ask you to turn over those cards that are in front of you. They have all of the information that I'm about to give you for the brewing, so you can please turn those over. Oh, sorry. Great. But I would also ask that you write it down. If, like me, writing helps you remember things, you do that too. Perfect. So when this coffee is hot today, in the flavor, you're going to find dried fig. Thank you. Blackberry. And then as we move to warm, plum, and mandarin orange. The aftertaste in this coffee is long and pleasant. When hot, you'll find it as pomelo. As the coffee moves to warm, grapefruit. And as we move to cool, Seville orange marmalade. The acidity in this coffee is medium-high in intensity. Citric and malic. Think grapefruit and plum. As it cools, it really reminds me of a San Pellegrino blood orange. Once this coffee is cool, the acidity is high. The malic returns like pomegranate. Wonderful. Okay, perfect. We'll keep going. And we also have orange sherbet for the citrus as well. The sweetness in this coffee is medium-high when hot and follows the pattern of the acidity in that it moves towards high as it cools. So we have damson jam. Then blackcurrant boiled sweets once warm. In there. Wonderful. And then once cool, think candied orange peel. And then following a similar pattern, the mouthfeel of this coffee starts as medium-high and is jammy. And then as it cools, it increases in intensity, becoming high, more coating, and then finally, I think it's really, really juicy. Thank you. This is a coffee that is a representation of two incredible coffees produced at a farm very carefully, brought together in a synergy to produce something that is more complex and interesting than they are alone. This is why I've brought forward blending from 2002 to today. Now, whenever I put the cups in front of you, I'm going to remove the lids and ask you to do the initial aroma assessment. Everything after that point, I'm going to ask you to drink directly from the cups to assess. Please continue drinking the whole way until it's at its most cool, because I feel it reveals the highest level of complexity in the brew and enjoyment. So if we're ready? Yeah? Wonderful. Okay. Enjoy. We ready? Amazing. Enjoy. Ready to go? Wonderful. Enjoy. Thank you. Coffee has been a passion of mine for over 20 years, but the biggest thing for me is filter coffee. I absolutely adore it. I love brewing it, and I love serving it to other people. I really hope that you enjoy this coffee. It's an incredible expression of what the last 20 years of my life has meant. Thank you so much for this morning. Time. You guys can take this one back as well. That one's for you guys. Sorry. Thank you. I'm going to grab a glass of water.
Can we get a huge round of applause for David? That was amazing, man. He's the calmest man in the room. David, let me steal you over here, son. Let me steal you over here.
I'm going to bring the water with me.
Yeah, bring the water with you. You're more than welcome. Talk to me, man. How did you find that?
I don't know. Someone else who will watch it will tell me how it went, because the joy of
Say a quick thank you to the judges.
Thank you so much.
Judges,
Enjoy.
that was
Thank
insane.
You.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Thanks.
Sorry, everybody, crack on.
Yeah, the joy of competition. You get that slight brain fuzz afterwards, but the first coffees I had this morning were in the practice time backstage. Yeah. So I think from this point onwards, I'm just going to do what I usually do at competitions, which is watch other people, be inspired. Particularly the great thing about brewers is there's so much of what people do that you can apply in your own home setup or in your workplace, even little small things. Like the frozen cup thing is such a simple thing. Yeah. It's really easy to do. You can do it in your house, but it does make such a big difference. So that's what I think I'll relax a little bit first, tidy everything away, and then just watch and be inspired by others.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think you did an amazing job back there. You were so calm. First competitor of the day was absolutely amazing. You probably got to shake off all the nerves now. So I'm going to let you run and get through that bottle of water. But congratulations, that was an amazing performance, man.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. See you. Woo! We will be back for the next competitor with Brian. Catch you then.
Amazing. They don't need the microphone. Yes, 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 yes. Cafe culture. People of cafe culture, coffee lovers alike. Come on over, eyes this way. We are reeling through UK Brewers Cup 2024. We've got competitor number 2 waiting eagerly in the wings. We have our glorious judges waiting in the wings and making eye contact with them. Round of applause for our judges if you'd like to walk on. And we will welcome competitor number 2, Brian Savatka. Woo!
Cool. Can we get a sound check and go to the beginning of that track, please? Right. Time. Coffee is a community. Every day around the world, billions of cups of coffee are consumed, and there's a vast industry around it to make sure that this happens. But ultimately, I look around this room and I look around this table, and I see so many people working in coffee professionally, but passionately. And that gives me a very different look on things. In a more holistic view, I see it as us being as connected to each other as the coffee itself. Now, today I'm going to be serving you a washed pink Bourbon from Diego Bermudez and his family farm, Finca El Paraíso in Colombia. Diego's coffees are known worldwide for their quality and their interesting processing. But what really grabbed me about his coffees is actually his sense of community and the duty to the people around him. Back at his farm, the workers and the associated families are incentivized to do better work and to be paid better for it, and keeping them in the coffee industry itself. Now, this is a big deal for me because today I'm bringing Diego's community here to you, to my community, and that means the world to me. So, as this is a special occasion, I decided to curate things a little further. What I've done today is I have composed a song specifically around this coffee, specifically for this moment right now. I sat down with my sample roasts. I don't have water waste. I sat down with my sample roasts and I started playing a very simple piano melody. Now, that was the start of things, but I thought, what would Diego do? So I processed it. I took that simple piano melody. Oops, pardon me. I took that simple piano melody and I modernized it by sampling it, chopping it up, and making something that's more of a modern version of the original concept, staying true to the origin itself. Now, judges, I mentioned that I'm brewing a pink Bourbon today. Now, I absolutely love pink Bourbon. For me, these are as exquisite a coffee as they can get, but very accessibly priced and a very productive crop, which makes it better for the farmers themselves. It blew my mind finding out last week that from a recent genetic study, we found that pink Bourbons actually might not be related to Bourbons at all, but more closely related to an Ethiopian wild landrace varietal. But that's by the by. We could spend an entire day talking about that. Ultimately, I want to discuss this coffee and why it's so special. Now, this coffee was grown at 1,920 meters above sea level in the Cauca region of Colombia in the south. This high altitude and the cooler mountain temperatures actually slow down how the coffee ripens, giving us a much denser coffee, therefore much more complexity in the aroma, the sweetness, and the acidity. But as this is a Diego Bermudez coffee, we know there's a little bit more going on to it. So this coffee starts as a full cherry that is then cleaned before going into one of his signature bioreactors for an anaerobic processing. After that first process, the coffee is then pulped, and the beans go back into one of his signature bioreactors for a secondary fermentation. Now, what this does for us is it starts changing the actual sugars and the acids of the coffee, giving more complexity. So from there, the coffee gets a hot 40-degree bath, which basically kills off any of the extra microorganisms there that are unwanted for further fermentation, but also to expand the molecular structure of the coffee itself. From there, the coffee gets a 40-degree bath. Oops, sorry, I've mentioned that. It gets a 40-degree bath for that. After the 40-degree bath, we get a cold 12-degree rinse, which stops any further fermentation And much like a good splash of cold water on the face, seals the pores, locking in any further aromas. Now, I want to say a special thank you to my good friends at Assembly Coffee who helped me get this coffee. Claire Wallace roasted this for me on their Loring S15 to an end temperature of 206 degrees, which gives it greater complexity and clarity of flavor. You can see that I'm brewing on the Hario V60 Mugen brewers. These are made of polycarbonate, which are actually very low in thermoconductivity. What that means is the brew itself isn't absorbing all the heat, but actually keeping the energy of the heat of the hot water into the coffee itself for the brewing. I ground this with a Comandante C40 to a setting of 24 clicks, which is on the finer side of medium. And my overall recipe is 17 grams of coffee to 300 grams of water. I do this in 3 stages. First, a 50 gram bloom for 45 seconds at 95 degrees. Then a secondary wetting of about 70 grams at still the same 95 degrees. And then with the other kettle, I have it set at 91, so that at the beginning of the brew, I'm breaking down the acids and sugars, but the rest of it I'm keeping at a very gentle, so not to over-extract effectively. Now the water I'm using is just a standard Volvic water. I wanted to keep this as accessible as possible because it's just reflective of having a very accessible crop. I didn't want to go too crazy with it. Now, the Volvic mineral water has a standard 2-to-1 calcium and magnesium ratio, which lets me get a lot of sweetness from the brew. But also there's a small amount of silica in there, which lends a very silky finish to the brew itself. So judges, I want to discuss the sensory elements of this with you as we're going to experience an absolute spectrum of flavor here today. Let's start with the aroma. On the nose, think pink. You're going to get pink lemonade, pink lady apples, and raspberry yogurt. In terms of the flavors, you're going to experience this differently when it's hot, warm, and cool. When it's hot, you'll get a strawberry sweetness. Correction, you'll just get strawberry. We'll get to sweetness later. When it's warm, it's quite stone fruity, like peaches. And when it's cool, we get fresh raspberry. The aftertaste of this coffee when it's hot, it's very much like a caramel chocolate. When it's warm, expect nectarines or dried apricots. And as it cools, this coffee is very distinctly heavy in pink grapefruit. The acidity of this coffee, when it's hot, expect a medium-low acidity that's slightly lactic. As it's warm, you can expect something slightly tartaric, like white wine. And then as it cools, expect more citric, just like that grapefruit note again. In terms of sweetness, judges, as it's hot, it is a lot like a light brown sugar sweetness. And then from both warm to cool, it's quite confectionery, like candy floss or bag of boiled sweets. And in terms of mouthfeel, when it's hot, expect a smooth, medium tactile sensation. And in both warm and cool, it is juicy and silky. Now, judges, I'm going to serve you the vessels first so you can assess the aroma. I really recommend giving it a little bit of a swirl first to really concentrate those flavors. May I? Thank you. May I? Thank you. May I? Thank you very much. Oops. Getting ahead of myself. Now, judges, I'm going to pass you cups as well. I'd recommend leaving about an inch at the top for the pour, please. Thank you very much. So judges, thank you. Judges, I hope you'll agree with me in saying that this is a truly special coffee from an absolute game changer of a producer. Diego's focus on community at the very beginning is literally why I get out of bed in the morning, because this is all about the people for me. The coffee is always going to be amazing in the specialty world, but ultimately, without the people, there is no future for us to really fight for. I like to think of Diego's coffees as a real representation of the past, present, and the future of the coffee industry, but with the people at the core of it at every step. Thank you very much for your time. Time. Thank you.
The
Not bad
microphone
for a
on,
first time.
yes. Everybody, huge, huge,
That's what they always
huge round
say.
of applause, please, for Brian, our second competitor for the UK Brewers Cup 2024. Brian,
Yes.
come stand by me, darling. Let's talk a while.
Oh my God, Grace, let's pretend we're friends. We're friends. We're
we're
actually
friends.
friends. Yeah.
Think pink.
Think pink.
Think pink. What a slogan.
It's the year of Barbie. Of course it's Think
I mean,
Pink,
I
honey.
have heard about that film. Has anyone else heard about that film, Barbie?
I
I've
might
heard
have
about
seen it twice in the cinema.
Did you cry?
Both times.
Yeah. We all cried, yes. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, not just me. So that was incredible. Well
Thank
done.
you. Thank you.
You seem very calm. How was the experience for you on the other side?
And it was quite good. It's always a thing of, it's nice to make little mistakes early, clear
Yeah.
them up.
Not
and
that you
then-
made any.
No, but I cleared them up. I'm confident in how I've dealt with it.
Confident. We love that.
It's all about the confidence,
And
as
has
Gokwan
the
says.
confidence come from training with anybody in particular that you might want to shout out? But before, we're just going to applaud our wonderful judges. Thank you so much, judges. You're amazing.
Yes, I worked with the baddest ladies in the game.
I've heard that about them.
Well, Claire Wallace and from Assembly Coffee and Rosa from Gentleman Baristas were my coaches. And also a special shout out today for Holly from North Star, who very last minute jumped in and helped me backstage. I couldn't have got a better person back there to judge sensory for me.
Excellent. So it shows that community is how we do any of these things, right?
Community and femininity,
Absolutely.
honey.
Community and femininity. So on that note, like, what better way to close out? Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. We will be back with our third competitor soon, so stay tuned.
Just.
Well done. I'm gonna hug you.
Pardon? Hello?
Okay. Good morning, cafe culture. We're still morning, right? Yeah, good morning, cafe culture. We are moving swiftly on to the third competitor of the day for the UK Brewers Cup Championship 2024. Next up, we have Chris with an awesome setup, by the way, I have to say. Judges, are you ready? Competitors, are you ready? Without further ado, I'd like to introduce the judges onto the stage. Best of luck.
Nice to see you. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. And just one protocol for the after. You just put the lid back on.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Just see someone turfing right over.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. Thank you. You have cold water as well?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's fine. Perfect. It's all good. Thank you, Chris.
Judges ready? All right. Okay. Music, please. Time. Welcome. Cognac, red wine, chocolate, and coffee. Can they all come together in one cup? Let's brew and find out today, right? Okay.
So today I've got a special coffee with you. It's a nice aroma, so please note down it's medium high in intensity. Of cognac, single origin chocolate, red wine, tropical fruits, and spices. And for the flavors, it's also medium-high intensity when it's hot, giving you cognac, single origin chocolate, red wine. Think about it like plum, cherry, and grapes. As well as tropical fruits like pineapple and passion fruit. When it cools down, the coffee gets sweeter. You still get the same flavor notes as hot, but the single origin chocolate becomes more apparent with a nice new flavor note of jackfruit and raisin. And the aftertaste. It's medium long in length of cognac, single origin chocolate, red wine, tropical fruits, and sweet spices. It's very sweet. When it cools down, it's the same. But once again, the single origin chocolate comes more to the forefront with the new aftertaste of jackfruit and raisin. So what makes this coffee so special? It starts from the farm in Colombia, Cacao region, Serra Azul at 1,900 meters above sea level. At this high altitude, the coffee takes time to ripen. So they have to pick carefully to find the best protocol, which is 16 bricks. So minimum 16 bricks, giving you a nice sweetness in the cup, which will be tasted as tropical fruits, all right? With such a ripe cherry, they work hard on the processing. So they design an XO process. Inside a tank, they put the whole cherry inside for fermentation for 3 days. But they add an extra step, they add the mosto, which is the juice from the previous fermentation batch, which has live yeast and bacteria, giving you more live, vigorous fermentation, as well as the lovely aromatic from the previous batch. And this gives you a nice cognac sensation and really, really sweet profile. And with such a nice ingredient, I have to profile the coffee. Sounds quite complicated, right? Fear not, it's actually like cooking. Think about cooking a steak. You want it brown on the outside, but juicy on the inside. So we do the same for coffee roasting. We apply more heat in the beginning, so get the browning reaction going on, so we get the nice chocolate flavor. But we want to keep the juicy acidity. So we finish the roast at 6 minutes 30 seconds to maintain a vibrant fruit profile, which combined with the chocolate gives you the sensation of single origin chocolate. Sounds amazing, right? Okay, and with the roasting done, we have to design the brewing system, right? So today I have a special brewing system for you, which I call this the aroma drip tower. So on top, you see is the AeroPress with a flow control valve. I set it as 1.6 grams per second, so it can slowly drain through and collect all the beautiful aroma of this coffee. The next layer is the Hario Drip Assist, which controls the agitation, so it gives you a nice clean cup. And finally, on the bottom, we have 15 grams of coffee at 500 microns in a Kalita filter paper. At 4 minutes 30 seconds, the brew is finished, giving you a nice flat bed in this even extraction system. And this whole system together gives you a nice TDS of 1.35, which translates into your cup as a nice fine red wine texture. Okay. So, we also profile the water temperature. As you can see, I have 2 kettles here. The smaller one is room temperature at 20 degrees, which I use 40 grams for the blooming phase. Next, I have the hot water kettle at 99 degrees. Okay, that helps the extraction phase. Together, 240 grams to 15 grams of coffee, we have a brew ratio of 1 to 16. And with such high contrasting temperature, we can get the best aroma out of the coffee. There's no need for expensive equipment. You just need 2 kettles with highly contrasting temperature. No need for chilling. We're just chilling, right? Okay, so we also profile the water. And today I use a special water for the coffee brewing because I want to highlight XO process. I use 0 TDS pure water for you today. It's uncommon to brew with such pure water because you usually need some minerals like seasoning to bring out the taste of the coffee. But it's such a complex and rich coffee already, so you can taste the pure quality of the XO process. Okay? And without any minerals, there's no buffer, so the acidity shines through in the cup. It's just like a fine sashimi. You can eat it raw. Okay, please note down today, for the acidity, it's medium-high intensity, reminding you of red wine acidity like plum, cherry, and grapes, as well as combination of complex tropical acidity like pineapple and passion fruit. So it's fresh. Okay, when it cools down, once again the coffee gets sweeter, the perception of acidity turns to medium. Okay, and with the same red wine acidity, but the tropical acidity turns sweeter, like reminding you more like a jackfruit. Okay, and mouthfeel is very nice. It's medium-high overall, giving you a nice red wine texture. Okay, with such a complex overall, it's a special coffee. We use a special wine glass for you today. And with a special glass lid on top. So judges, for the protocol, please assess the aroma at least twice and give you an overall evaluation because it's a complex coffee, okay? And drink directly from the glass. But please remember to put the lid back on after each sip for the best aroma and taste and temperature experience. Here you go. Enjoy. Have fun. Oh, feel free to enjoy the hot temperature as well. Yeah. Sorry about the clip block. Yeah, just put it on the table, it's fine. All the customers do whatever they like. Yeah, just enjoy the coffee. It's quite rare to share nice coffee and have enough time to taste on the stage. So I hope you like it. It's all yours. Pretty tasty, right? Great. So, cognac, single origin chocolate, red wine, and coffee. They do come together in one cup. I hope you like this special coffee and this experience. Please share it with more people because coffee can be special and more people should know about it. Time. Come on.
Can I get a huge round of applause for Chris? Chris, I'm going to come join you back here. Say thank you, judges. Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
Chris, let me steal you over here. Congratulations. What an amazing performance that was.
I try.
Yeah, that looked effortless, seamless. That was. How did you find it? Talk to me. How did you find it?
Find the coffee or the brewing system?
The brewing system, the coffee. Talk to me about it all. I want to know everything.
Okay, the coffee, I changed the coffee. Yeah, I had another coffee, but I couldn't roast it well.
Okay.
So I changed this one.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How did you find that? How
Yeah,
was it working with this coffee? Today?
This special coffee is from Acro Coffee. Yeah, so they sourced it directly from Granjala Esperanza.
Awesome.
Yeah, so they used it at the Coffee and Good Spirits. They won with this coffee as well, so I know the potential. Yeah, and they sent me some, so I was like, okay, I'm switching to use this coffee. Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a concoction of all kinds of things going on there with the coffee, with the brewing system. Everything was insane.
Oh yeah. And it's actually quite funny because the brewing system is quite complex, and for this design, the inspiration actually comes from my son.
Oh.
Yeah, because he is nearly 2 years old, and he's like jumping around, playing and stuff. But I need to practice. so like I have to find a way to brew, which is very consistent and also not too difficult. So more people can try it, and you can use existing tools to build something new. You don't need to buy all the new and special stuff. You just need to find your toolbox and try to build something.
Well, Chris, that was absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to let you run, let you shake off the nerves. You did fantastic. And I'll probably shoot behind stage to try and steal some coffee off you later.
Sure.
Woo! Round of applause for Chris, everybody! Before we move on to the next performance, I just want to say a quick thank you to all of our sponsors that's made today possible. Can I get a round of applause for Britta, Bentwood? We've got fellow Marco, Dog and Hat. Everybody, thank you so much for making it possible. Catch you in the next one. Don't go anywhere.
Fourth competitor, Sandra. You're in my spotlight, darling. Am I live? Oh, cafe culture! Woo! We're bringing the energy back up. We're bringing the attention back over here. Why, you may ask? Because we have our fourth competitor for the United Kingdom Brewers Cup 2024. Sandra is waiting behind me. We've had a shirt change, looking fabulous. Almost as fabulous as our fabulous judges. Everybody, huge round of applause as the judges come on. And our fourth competitor, Sandra Ventura, takes the stage.
Well, nice to meet you. 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 Okay. Everybody's ready? Can I take my music, please? Yep. Don't worry, because it's starting really slow. So I prefer to, get everything done. Still, I can't hear anything, so sorry. Yeah? We should. Slightly bit high. Okay, you ready, judges? All of you? Time. Welcome, judges. Just give me 1 sec. My name is Sandra Ventura, and today I would like to explore with you some sensory experience, a multi-sensory experience. So, before we start, just enjoy the music and the way that I'm going to serve the coffee today. But before all that, I would like you to get a small trip to Colombia. So we are going to the Colombian Andes, 1,600 syllable in the Calima Lake. You're there and you decide to go around. And suddenly you find this amazing farm, Finca Beltel. There, Cesar is waiting for you. He's going to brew an amazing coffee. So please take some notes that I'm going to say now. This is our cup profile. In aroma, amaretto cherry, dry apricots, sweet pineapple, chamomile and honey. High intensity driving the flavors to prawn, dry fruits, and some dates. In the hot stage, we are going to fill mostly dry fruits like apricot, raisins, with some hints of chocolate. In warm, we are going to get more the stone fruit, peach, this amaretto cherry liquor, with still some hints of chocolate. And in cold, we are getting a mix of both of them. Some dry apricots, some dates, chocolate liquor, and chamomile. The aftertaste is going to be velvety in all the stages. And when it's cooled down, it's going to remind you to a hot chocolate. The acidity, we are starting with medium. In hot and warm. and we're increasing to high intensity in the cold. It will remind you to orange wine and ripe cherries. The sweetness. We're getting some tropical notes, such as pineapple, like a slow cook, like super juicy and super melting in your mouth. And some hints of hot chocolate liquor as well, with some cherry liquor. And lastly, the mouthfeel, which is going to be really velvety in hot and cold, warm, sorry. And in cold, it's going to remind you to orange wine. So if you bear me, I'm going to brew this mysterious coffee for you, and we will heading back to the farm later on. So I'm going to use today 14 grams of coffee per 200 milliliters. The device that I'm going to use, as you can see, is a switch, but with a hack. I'm using a B60 plastic to more retention in the temperature. And as well, a conical shape to help us to going through all these layers of the coffee. Ready? So, our first pour is going to be 100 milliliters. Each. Which is going to bring all these fruity notes and high bright acidity. In the second pour, what we are going to create is all those velvety textures that you are going to find in the coffee. So, the way that we roast this coffee is in a strong hold, which allowed us to increase the caramelization part of the coffee in the Maillard reaction, bringing all this brightness and sweetness into the cup. Cool. If you remember, okay. So the coffee that I'm using today is a UKBrC. And the process, we are going to head him back to Cesar. Cesar, he has an innovative way to think about how to farm. So he used a really nice suppliers surrounding himself to make sure that is everything organic. He's using unorganic yogurt with unorganic honey to make the lactic fermentation of this coffee. So therefore, he decides to make it in 3 stages. The first one is a natural dry fermentation for 24 hours, which is going to help us to bring all this velvety mouthfeel in the coffee. The second part is going to be the funny one. Cesar is going to put this yogurt and this amazing honey in water to warm it up to to wake up all the lactic bacteria to put it into the tank for up to 24 hours. Therefore, there is when we are going to have the dry characters and this new note of chocolate. Cool. It's nearly finished. So I'm going to give you some instructions how you are going to taste this coffee. So I'm going to cover your cup with some lids, and I might need you to place on the provider space. After, you are going to get the orange spoon, take 3 stirs, and you are going to enjoy the aroma of amaretto cherry, pineapple, dry apricots, and chamomile. Cool? So, for the flavors, I will suggest please take back the spoon and get 3 sips straight on roll to get, with this orange spoon, the enhance of the dry apricots and the orange wine. And lately, what I'm going to ask you is to please heading backstage with the cups. As you can see, it's a purple color, which is going to enhance any kind of prawns and plums. I hope that you enjoy this experience. Please enjoy the cups. And this is my time. I screwed up with it. Okay.
Everybody, round of applause. Louder, louder, come on. It is so tough to get up on stage, to have practiced and put all this time and energy into something that is so important. So again, please, everybody, round of applause. That's it. Sandra, can I grab you over here very briefly?
Sure.
Well done. You are what we could call a seasoned competitor, I feel now.
Well,
what is it about competing that keeps bringing you back?
I mean, it's a community. It's the way that you can expose things as well. New varieties, new coffees, new farmers. It's the only way to expose something to the public and make it more official, rather than just, if you post something on Facebook or whatever, not so many people can just get in through. But if you come in a competition, it's more highlighted.
So it's about reaching more people.
Yes.
Sharing your love.
More community. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And along the way, have you met people that you want to thank here today?
Yeah, of course. Jane, my wife that is not here, of course.
Outrageous. We're thanking you anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to thank so many people, but the most important is the producer, who made an amazing job in this coffee.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to be serving this coffee to the judges.
Excellent.
And I think that is amazing.
Well, thank you for bringing it.
Thank you.
Also for your music choice.
Yeah.
We were really enjoying that in the audience. The judges are just settling up and going. Everybody, massive round of applause for our judges as well, please.
Thank you.
It is a hard job drinking all this delicious coffee.
See you.
And thank you again to Sandra, and we will be back with competitor number 5 shortly.
Should I be? There you go.
Cafe Culture, we are back. We are live for the UK Brewers Cup 2024. The modern day rumble in the jungle. The thriller in Manila. Yeah! We are on to our next competitor, Vag. Give us a wave. Round of applause for Vag. Our judges are looking lovely as always. I'm going to allow them on the stage. All to you.
Are you ready? I will wait. That's absolutely fine.
While we're getting ready, you got me for a little bit. Sorry about that. We've got us for a little bit.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. I'm very excited to be on stage, doing
Yeah.
something I haven't done before on stage.
Nice.
So I'm very excited to see what.
I love the setup. Very, very smart, very clean.
Yes, I think I've so I turned 30 this year, and my whole world changed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So yeah, I decided to be more minimalist in my life and in my approach. I'm like, no fancy stuff, just scales and
Nice and
dripper.
simple now.
Happy days.
I'm sure the music choice will match. Judges, are we ready?
Good to see you. Hi, you're right. Good to see you. Yes. Should be ready to drink, hot and cold. There might be some. Yeah. You're gonna be my head judge, yeah? The only thing I can say is that there are a couple of scratches on my kettles because they travel from afar. Just that. You're welcome. You feeling comfortable? Yeah? Yeah. We're just waiting for the music. It's as the music started. It takes a bit of time, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. It worked before, that's the thing. It worked on the sound check. Better now than on stage. Yeah. Fantastic. Ready to start? Yeah. And time. Judges, welcome. Today, I have the pleasure to brew for you a coffee that I discovered on a cupping table just 6 months ago. It has this complexity and sweetness unlike anything I had tasted before. And I found this coffee was a natural, carbonic macerated geisha from Finca Micava, a small farm in Risaralda, Colombia. The producer, Paul, uses his carbonic maceration process to enhance the natural, complex character of his coffee. And that makes the acidity more vibrant and juicy for you. And I love this coffee for its fruit-like sweetness, its fruit-like integrated acidity that's so well structured that you will taste it from hot to warm to cold. Judges, the only dripper that let me brew the cup that I envisioned is this Orea MK2. Traditional flat bottom for even extraction, amplified with these 32 teeth on the inside. This increases airflow, giving me full control over the whole brewing process. That optimizes extraction efficiency, but most importantly, consistency of flavors in each of your cups. And to ensure the accuracy of those flavors, I designed my own brewing water. I started with a 0 ppm base, brought it to a boil to enhance drinking hygiene and safety, and then mineralized with 40 ppm of magnesium for natural sweetness and 20 ppm of buffer to soften the acidity. And that allowed me to roast the coffee with a prolonged Maillard phase to highlight the mouthfeel in this coffee. Today, I will brew for you 15 grams of coffee with 240 grams of water for an ideal strength balance. And I chose a finer grind size to open up more surface area in the coffee in order for the water to extract all the amazing flavors I had on this cupping table. However, by brewing this coffee, I came to realize that this was not possible with the traditional single temperature brewing. Because in this coffee, I discovered two categories of flavor compounds. First, the lighter compounds. Think of them as delicate floral notes. Second, the heavier compounds. Think of them as fruit-like sweetness. Their difference, their molecular weight. With the lighter ones, require lower energy for extraction, and the heavier ones require higher. And when I combine this with my 5 stages pouring technique, I will capture all these flavors in a harmonious balance. So let's begin. First pulse. 40 grams of water, 79 degrees Celsius, to gently extract acidity and balance and preserve those amazing florals. After 40 seconds, I will continue with my second pour. 50 grams of water, 95 degrees Celsius, 94 correction, to extract heavier compounds that are sweeter to balance the acidity. My 2 following pours, 50 grams, 94 degrees, as soon as the bed starts to run dry. This is to give me body and structure. And judges, for my final and 5th pour, I'll go back to this 80 degrees to balance the extraction and highlight those floral notes that will come with increasing intensity as the cup cools. And all these steps gave me the best expression of this Micava geisha. And your sensory experience today will start with the aroma. And today you will smell medium-high intensity of wild rose and violet, followed by ripe pineapple, apricot jam, and blueberries. For the flavors, throughout the whole cup, you will experience ripe pineapple in medium intensity and berries like blackberries and blueberries. In addition, when the cup is hot, you will have wild rose and sweet blood orange. And that's also when the cup is turning from hot to warm. And as the cup cools down, you'll also have violet candy, sweet and floral. The aftertaste, medium in intensity, and goes up as the cup cools. You'll have blueberries throughout the whole cup. As it turns cooler, you will have sweet blood orange in the aftertaste. And when it's cold, the violet will combine with the wild rose in an increasing intensity. Overall, sweet and lingering. The acidity, medium high intensity from hot to cold. Blueberry-like when hot, turning when warm into sweet orange. And as it cools down, blueberry-like again. The sweetness, medium in intensity from hot to cold, starting fruit-like, like stone fruits. When hot, turning when warm into sweet blood orange, and when cool, it will remind me, hopefully you as well, blueberry white chocolate. And the mouthfeel judges. Medium plus in intensity from hot to cold, juicy when hot, turning creamy as it cools down. And you will start your aroma evaluation straight from the carafe to maximize the intensity of those aromatics. So when I pass it to you, swirl 5 times, bring it closer to your nose, and enjoy this wild rose, this violet, this pineapple, the stone fruits. Please enjoy those aromas. Are we ready? Yeah. Now, for all the other attributes, please evaluate, but most importantly, enjoy them the same way we do in a coffee shop, straight from the cup. Because this cup is designed to enhance your sensory experience. And you will notice this angled lip. This is designed to give you the perfect amount of liquid in each and every sip, increasing the intensity of aromas and flavors. The color pink, to increase the fruitiness in the cup. And the smooth texture. This will enhance the creaminess of the coffee as it cools down. And now judges that the cup has reached the perfect hot temperature. It's all about you. All about you and this coffee. So on behalf of Paul, my team, and myself, please enjoy this. and this will be my time.
Can we get a huge round of applause for Vang? What a performance! Vang, I'm going to slide in over here. I'm actually louder than the mic for one. How was that, man? Talk to me. How was that?
I think it was a very different experience. I loved it. Oh,
Judges, sir.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For the, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, no, no.
How was that?
It was nice. It was challenging. I feel that it's a very different competition to anything I've done before.
Yeah.
You have 10 minutes to serve 3 cups of coffee, so it shouldn't be hard. However, when you serve coffee to people and they have to write down stuff, you need to give them the right amount of time. Like you need to make them feel at ease so they can enjoy what you're gonna serve. Obviously, everybody's gonna bring like some of the world's best coffees, and so the level is quite high in the UK. And what matters is also like the whole vibe.
And I think your choice of music played a beautiful part in that. I mean,
yeah?
I'm a sucker for Ludovico. We like Ludovico. Hands up for Ludovico! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm probably going to be back there to steal some coffee off you later, but I'll let you shake off those nerves. Guys, thank you so much. We will be moving on to the next competitor shortly. Don't go anywhere. I got my eye on all of you. No one leaving. Thank you so much.
Sorry?
Six, Stag's House. Is it number 6? Ooh, grats. Outrageous. Oh, listen to that. That's my voice on a microphone demanding attention. Woo! In case you missed the memo, over here is the United Kingdom Brewers Cup 2024. It's a very hard competition. It takes a lot of time, energy, practice, commitment. And yes, and the judges are here. Could anybody tell that I was schmoozing till they arrived? Okay, so we have competitor number 6 from Stag's House Coffee, Bogdan George. Huge round of applause. And also, huge round of applause for our fabulous judges, because they're amazing. Woo!
Hi, pleasure. Hi, pleasure. Hi, welcome. Welcome. Mic check. Is it good? Are we ready? Ready? Time, dear judges, to begin our journey today in exploring coffee together. But before we dive in, I would like to have a small 10-second exercise with you of meditation. So I would like you guys close your eyes. Imagine you're in a warm, safe place, probably at home, just before you leave on that long-awaited journey. You're sipping your last cup of coffee that you love. How do we feel? Open your eyes. As baristas, We are vessels that facilitate the continuous journey of coffee. We are storytellers of senses in cups. Our coffee is made to enjoy by our guests, to give them an experience of flavors. Each step of the journey, dear judges, is important, and we need to be able to deliver for our guests an experience not just in our cups, but as they enjoy every little bit of it. My journey, judges, started 8 years ago in Cluj, Romania, and it has led me here today in front of you. Today, our journey will start where this special guest coffee has its origins. In the far western reaches of Ethiopia, mere kilometers from the South Sudanese border, this coffee started its roots. This geisha 1931 comes from the geisha village. The coffee, after it's harvested, freshly cherries are placed in subterranean concrete tanks for 109 hours. This will enhance the sweetness and the complexity in our coffee. The coffee is grown at an altitude of 2,000 meters above sea level. The pressure will create in the coffee more acidity and more floral notes like jasmine, black tea. I've roasted this coffee 5 days ago. And for the roast, I chose to go on a fast with a 10% development to keep the acidity in coffee more alive. I've used the Kopi Deva on 500 microns and 800 RPMs to create a more equal distribution of particles and having a more linear extraction in our coffee. My water today will have 185 ppms, giving the coffee more body and a round taste. Using the Orea bottomless brewer made of glass with the fallow server that is double glassed and sealing it thermically, I was able to ensure a more stable temperature in the slurry, giving me the option to brew on 90 degrees water, creating a perfect balance between acidity and sweetness. Judges, today I'm going to use 15 grams and 240 milliliters of water. I'm going to be using 4 equal pours of 60 milliliters of water with a bloom at 35 seconds. Judges, as soon as I finish, I will decant the coffee in my second servers for you to assess the aroma. I will ask you kindly to swirl 3 times for your first assessment. For the second assessment, I would love for you to take 10 seconds beforehand. Judges, in your first assessment, you will find aromas of jasmine and peach. For the second assessment, apricots. And as it cools down, black tea. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. Judges, I would like you to write down for taste jasmine when it's hot, peach as it cools down, apricot, and as it cools down, black tea. Aftertaste, as it's warm, beautiful peach and apricot. As it cools down, black tea, lingering mandarin. Sweetness, high, intense sweetness, reminding me of apricot. As it cools down, mandarin, high intense. Acidity, medium intensity. And as it cools down, medium intensity, black tea. And for body, sweet velvety body as it's hot, and as it cools down, candied apricot. Judges, I hope you enjoyed this time as I did in front of you. Time.
I'm going to scream down the microphone. I'm going to scream again. Let's give it up for Bogdan George. Round of applause, everybody, please. Louder than that, come on. This is hard. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
I feel like it would be avoiding the elephant in the room to not mention the attire, just as
Thank
a starting
you.
point. Excellent wardrobe choice. Is this deliberate? Does this make you feel
Well, I
confident?
said
Sorry,
if
thank
there's...
you, judges.
Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you.
Yes.
I said if there's something to go right, at least the attire.
Yes, yeah, and it has gone so right.
The time, well, it wasn't the best thing, but...
That's not the thing we focus. Right now, we're talking about what you're wearing. I mean, the priority after your competition piece is apparently your outfit.
At least you get remembered by what you wear.
Yes, absolutely. And you remember the experience. You've
Yes,
competed.
definitely.
You've done it. Talk to the people watching about your experience today.
Oh, it was so long since I actually competed. I think it's been 5 years since I last competed. And this time is very different.
Yeah.
I wanted to compete not just for myself, but for what I'm doing. And I said, why not do it in Brewers Cup?
Yeah.
I do it every day anyways. It's been a journey for me itself in opening my own business, and I said that with this competition I'll assess myself first, and then I'll see what the judges will assess after that.
Well, thank you very much for doing that and bringing it to
you.
here. After 5 years, another round of applause, please. This really is difficult to
Thank
do.
you.
We will be back shortly with our next competitor. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna be. Yeah, it's so over. That might be a DQ. Massively behind. Not massive. No. I'm saying my brain, me.
Probably just go less on the fish, more on the meat. Vegan?
I am vegan.
Vegan? Oh yes, we get another vegan. Another vegan.
Another vegan.
Oh, and vegetarian and vegan.
I thought you were just coming over and being like, fish, meat.
Yeah, fish, meat. I thought we were naming them.
Which one am I? Which one do I want to be?
Fire, water, wind. Who we on the last time?
Any gluten-free people? Nuts allergies?
White's gonna poison you.
Yeah, like on the move people. No, my daughter tries to do that.
Are you sending a list as well?
She made me.
I'll
Used
okay.
my really expensive pound mix there. And then also my main cake, just found out I'm allergic to bananas. She's like, taste that. And I was like smoking. I was like,
I will text you.
right. I'm like, I'm allergic to them. She just went,
Sucks for you.
Swear to God, she's trying to kill me slowly. I'm going to die of weight.
It's one load. Oh, very good. We can't go to you now. There's only things around, but you will come up with it. Don't worry, you'll get it. Very good song choice. Yeah, so just keep it up.
Cafe culture, we are back! Welcome back to the show. We are on to our seventh competitor of the day. We have our lovely judges getting set. And on stage right now, we have our reigning, defending UK champion, Luca! Give it up for Luca, everyone! Stage is yours. Judges, when you're ready. I'm gonna give you a second. You ready? Yes. Stage is yours.
We haven't tested the water. Yeah? Oh, right, okay. Cool. Hi, you alright?
Good. Do you have water for me?
Right.
Is that what you were asking?
Yeah. Tell me at the stop.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Yes, of course. Enough? Right. Charged. Alright.
It's alright, you won't get marked on this side.
Alright, cool.
You're good?
Yeah, okay, I'm fine, yeah. Yeah. Alright, hi, you alright? Okay, so, is everyone ready and comfortable? Okay, perfect. Can we try music, please? Time. Hello, judges. Over the past 3 years, the production of Colombian coffee has significantly declined. Climate change has had a devastating effect on coffee production, and the consequences are dire, with exports plummeting by a staggering 23%. Rain, leaf rust, and fungus are damaging coffee plants, rendering them vulnerable to destruction. Judges, it's a valid concern, and we needed a solution. So today, I introduce to you a coffee that embodies more than 15 years of research. A coffee that defies the odds. Not only is this coffee highly resistant to diseases like leaf rust, but it also boasts a staggering 30% more in productivity compared to typical varietals such as Caturra. But the best part, it delivers an exotic cup profile. So judges, I present to you Mandela, a remarkable coffee from Café Groja La Esperanza in Colombia. The creation of Mandela occurred through a meticulous 3-phase process. In the first phase, it undergone self-pollination of Caturra. In the second phase, it was crossed with a Timor hybrid, resulting in high resistance to diseases like leaf rust. And lastly, in the third phase, it was crossed with Ethiopian landrace like Deleku, Villasachi, and Sudan Bimei to give its fruity characteristics. The Mandela that I've selected for you today is Lot 6, grown in Valle de Cauca on the western slope of the Andes, grown at an altitude of 1800 meters above sea level. As the sun sets on Lot 6, it blesses the coffee with warm, even temperatures, which are harmoniously complemented by the gentle Pacific winds, which creates the perfect balance that nurtures the growth of this exotic coffee. We vigorously sorted and selected this coffee at Brix level 18, precisely when the coffee reaches its ripest point, but to unlock the coffee's full potential, we turn to anaerobic fermentation. To encourage the formation of complex sugars, we place the cherries in sealed tanks without oxygen, maintain a high temperature of 24 degrees Celsius with just a shorter time of 24 hours. Higher temperature combined with shorter fermentation time causes rapid changes in the coffee's chemical composition. As a result, the coffee develops a more pronounced complexity and heightened sweetness. So this coffee was roasted just 6 days ago with a drop temperature of 180 degrees Celsius. We shortened the drying phase and extended the Maillard phase to 4 minutes. We really want to highlight this crucial stage where we bring out all of the complex flavours and aromas. We reach first crack at 198 degrees Celsius and end the roast at 202 degrees Celsius. With a development ratio of 8%, we're able to highlight more sweetness in this coffee. So today I'm using my favourite dripper, the Origamier, and it's made out of polycarbonate, which has low thermal conductivity rates, which means it's a good insulator and gives stable temperature. This allows me to extract more sweetness, but when paired with a clear wave filter paper, this unique shaped paper gives optimal, faster flow rate and consistent brew. My recipe for today is 16 grams of coffee to 240 ml of water, giving you a total beverage of 200 ml at 93 degrees. The water composition I'm using today has a total of 80 ppm. In as equal parts, magnesium and calcium to enhance mouthfeel and to draw more sweetness in this coffee. I'll be splitting my pour into 4 stages, allowing the water to almost fully drain through before topping up my next pour with a total brew time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So, on my initial pour, I'll be aggressively agitating the coffee using a circular motion. This will help release carbon dioxide and extract acids, resulting in a complex and juicy acidity. For my second and third pour, I'll focus on the centre. This will help me avoid excess agitation. This allows for a finer grind size and helps me avoid over-extraction. And for my final pour, I'll go back to using a slow and circular motion. This will help evenly extract the coffee grounds. This balances out flavour attributes, resulting in a long, round aftertaste. And now, judges, it's time for the evaluation of the tactiles. So your first impressions, you'll find these beautiful aromas. You'll find cherry, cacao nib, a hint of cinnamon and vanilla. The flavours of this coffee when it's hot, you'll find cherry, cacao nib, and apple. When warm, you'll find cherry and mandarin orange. When cooled, you'll find red apple and tropical fruit notes like pineapple. The aftertaste is sweet like vanilla and honeysuckle when hot. But when warm and cooled, it transitions into a high quality dark chocolate, which is very long lasting. The acidity is medium in intensity, and it's malic like apple, all the way from hot to cold. The sweetness is medium in intensity when it's hot, but when warm and cooled, it goes from medium to high intensity, like a ripe pineapple. The mouthfeel is medium to heavy in weight and is round, syrupy, and very well structured, all the way from hot to warm to cold. And now, to assess these beautiful aromas straight from the carafe, I'm going to ask you to please swirl 5 times and then lift to your nose. Thank you for waiting. Please swirl 5 times and remember to lift to your nose. Thank you for being patient. Please swirl 5 times and remember to lift to your nose. And lastly, thank you for waiting. Please swirl 5 times and remember to lift to your nose. Please excuse me and I'll be right back. May I? Thank you. While the coffee is hot, warm and cold, please drink directly from the cup. These cups were especially made to encapture all the aromas and to enhance the flavour experience. May I? Thank you. To fully experience this coffee twice during the cooling stage, after drinking, I'll ask you to hold the liquid in your mouth for a second. and then swallow. In this way, you'll be able to feel the weight of this coffee and more sweetness. May I? Thank you. So judges, on your first sip, I'll ask you to gently slurp the coffee from the cup. This will help enhance aeration within your mouth, but please don't do this until I've called my time. The story of Mandela gives us a glimmer of hope in the face of challenges caused by climate change. Mandela is not just a coffee, it's a testament of strength, collaboration, and creativity. Judges, my name is Luca, and I believe that Mandela came at the right time.
Cafe culture! Are you not entertained? Luca, how you feeling, bro?
Emotional.
How you feeling?
Emotional.
Oh, it's off the charts. That was a fantastic, phenomenal performance.
Thank you.
Reflect on it for me. Tell me about this journey. Let's just say thank you to the judges.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So run it back. Reflect on it for me. How you feeling? How was that journey for you?
Well, I just came back from the World Championships. That was a hectic journey. I finished. I didn't plan on competing again, but my mom said, she was like, "You should do it. You're really good." And I was like, "I don't know. I think I've had enough." But I think she just kind of egged us on to do it, and eventually I said yes. And I'm really happy that she did, because I'm really happy how it planned out.
Well, when Mum says do something, you got to
do it.
Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you shake off those nerves.
Thank you.
Brilliant performance
Thank
today.
you.
I'm going to jump behind stage
Thank
and
you.
try and see if I can steal some of your
Thank you.
coffee.
All right.
Congratulations
Thank you.
again.
Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause, everybody! Before we go into the next one, I just want to say a massive thank you to some of our sponsors. We got Brita. I said we got Brita. We got Bentwood. We got Fellow. We got Marco. We got Dog and Hat. We have all of your lovely faces as well. Before we move on to competitor number 8, don't go anywhere.
Check, check, check.
Ooh, can never quite tell when the microphone's turned on. Hello, Cafe Culture. Hello. We're getting our energy back up because we are preparing to support our 8th competitor of the day. We are competing for the UK Brewers Cup 2024. It's really hard work. It takes a lot of time, practice, commitment, energy. Paul is waiting, looking cool, calm, and collected next to our beautiful judges. So if I can ask everybody, round of applause for the judges as they walk on, and a round of applause for Paul.
Okay. Sorry? Whenever you're ready. Great, thank you. Could I get music? Time. Welcome, judges. Today, we're going to explore a key concept, how embracing innovation from the producer, brewing techniques, and technology can truly elevate cup quality to an exceptional level. So, Wilton Benitez from Granja Prizo, 92, has turned to the wine and beer industry to better understand how precise fermentation protocols can really elevate cup quality. Grown at over 1,900 meters above sea level in the Cauca region of Colombia, these two incredible coffees have undergone the same innovative and advanced process. Thermoshock, UV sterilized, anaerobic process. And what even is that? So, after careful picking and classification, these coffees are then placed into a 90-degree hot water for 30 seconds. They are sterilized under UV light to remove dormant yeast and bacteria. And they are then depulped and placed into anaerobic tanks for 96 hours. But 6 hours in, Wilton's team introduces a beer yeast, and this brings fruit-forward characteristics in a positive way and really accelerates fermentation. So, judges, I've selected two of the best varietals from Wilton's farm for you today. The first, that makes up 40% of this blend, is a Pink Bourbon variety. Wonderfully intense and sweet, and reminds me of fresh peach. Now, this is an incredible coffee on its own, but I wanted this blend to have the best possible balance and complexity. So I turned to another variety from Wilton's farm, the Geisha variety, which makes up 60% of this blend. This adds more vibrancy and complexity, especially in the floral characteristics, in the aroma characteristics, sorry. It reminds me of hibiscus. We get new flavor notes when these coffees are combined that remind me of guava and fresh peach. So judges, I'm going to start brewing for you in just a moment. Please remember to take these taste note cards with you afterwards for reference later. So you can see I'm using the Nucleus Paragon today. This innovative piece of equipment was developed in partnership with Zurich University. And they've proven that this locks in volatile aroma and flavor compounds you'd normally be missing out on, but not today. The recipe I'm using today, 15 grams of coffee to 225 grams of water. 96-degree water, and 85 parts per million. And 40 of these are magnesium to really amplify the complexity in these coffees. I've broken the pores up into 2 stages. The first bloom is dropped directly over the nucleus. The second is an immersion brew up to our total water weight. And this has really enabled me to have a balanced acidity throughout the temperature spectrum. The V60 switch I'm using today, paired with the Cybrist fast flow rate papers, this allows me to grind even finer and reach very high extractions without introducing astringency. The roast profile today I'd like to talk about next. These 2 coffees were roasted 6 days ago separately. The Pink Bourbon with a development time of 1 minute 35. This really intensifies that beautiful stone fruit sweetness that this coffee has. And the Geisha roasted slightly lighter at 1 minute 29 to really amplify this coffee's acidity and balance in this blend. As you can see, I've used the Hario Drip Assist today. This has allowed me to increase my agitation through the bloom to really get out those volatile compounds and capture them during the nucleus. And then lower agitation for the rest of the bloom. For the rest of the brew, sorry. Now, judges, I'd like to talk about your first impressions today, which will be aroma characteristics. So you'll receive aromas of passion fruit, peach, and hibiscus. Flavors when hot, actually throughout, is passion fruit. Blood orange when hot. And white peach. When cool, this becomes mandarin orange. Sorry, correction, guava. The aftertaste today is long and lingering like jasmine tea when hot. And as this coffee cools to warm and cool, it becomes like peach iced tea. The acidity today is medium when hot and medium to high when warm and cool. When hot, it's malic and citric like pear and candied citrus. When warm, like pear juice. And when cool, this becomes cloudy apple and fresh strawberries. The sweetness is medium to high throughout, like biting into a ripe pineapple. And the mouthfeel today, judges. Mouthfeel today, when hot and warm, it's rounded and juicy. And then when cool, this becomes juicy and syrupy and coating. Now, judges, I'm going to hand you the crafts. Please swirl 5 times and lift your nose and really enjoy those beautiful aromas. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Last but not least, please enjoy. I'll be back to you just a second, judges, with a few drinking instructions in your cups. May I take your crafts? Thank you. So judges, when assessing this coffee, please drink from the cup directly through the whole process. Please hold the liquid on your palate for 2 to 3 seconds to really take in those sweetness and tactile notes. Now today, judges, every decision has been focused around your sensory experience today and how we can truly elevate that by using innovations from the producer, brewing technology, and techniques to truly create memorable experiences. Please enjoy, and that's time.
Woo!
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, keep the applause going. I'm going to walk slowly and we're going to clap the whole time. Paul. Woo! Thank you so much. Peach. I'm just going to shuffle you this way ever so slightly.
Yep.
And I'm going to say peach. I'm going to say pineapple.
Peach. Yes.
Oh! I was salivating listening. Sounded incredible. I also, however, want to compliment this setup. Absolutely beautiful.
Awesome, thanks.
Please, can you share with our lovely audience the decision behind these brewers?
Yeah, so...
Or you can run away.
Yeah, I really like to run away right now. Using the brewer just because it's really versatile. I can switch between different methods, and that's where I really kind of captured the coffee's kind of nuances and things like that. Use the Nucleus Paragon, which is a pretty cool piece of equipment.
Thank you, judges. Round of applause for our judges, please, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy, guys. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yes. Versatile.
Yeah, really versatile, and the Paragons really help like capture way more acidity and more pleasant acidity throughout the brew, which is quite cool. It's quite a simple setup, really. When you break it down, it looks more complex.
It looks
actually
incredible.
is.
It looks beautiful, but you still feel it's accessible to people.
I think so. Yeah, like the price point of those like chilling rocks. You could even use like whiskey stones and stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't, it doesn't have to be that bright. Yeah, that's what we did when we were testing things out, and then committed to buying them.
Excellent. And you talk of a we. Who are the we?
Yeah.
And do we want to thank them in the audience, perhaps?
Yeah. So. Joe, my kind of coach and helper, he's been awesome through it.
He's waving.
Yeah, there he is. And also just like the rest of the Clifton team, they've been super supportive from a kind of preparation time, coffee and everything. I want to thank the producer, Wilton Benitez, and the importer, Me Cafe Trading. That's really helped me with this coffee. And just taking time away from my family has been quite hard to prep for it, but
it is. It's no small thing. Everybody, it is no small thing. So I think, again, please, another huge round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I am going to invite my co-MC, Omar, to come and join me. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Oh, here he is. Look, hi. Hi, Omar.
Hi. So I think now we're going
to have a short break. But before we do it, we're going to shout out our fabulous sponsors.
Woo! We've got Benwood. Woo! We've got Britta. Woo! We've got Fellow. Woo! Marco. Woo! And last but not least, Dog and Hat, baby. Thank you guys so much. We're going to take a short break. 1:15. 1:15. We'll be back. See you then.
Oh.
Yes, 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 yes. Cafe culture. I never know if this thing is on, and I just carry on talking, hoping that people will look this way, because the United Kingdom Brewers Cup 2024 is back. We have Sam waiting, looking fabulous. Look at this shirt, ready to go. Our judges. I am leaning over, making eye contact, looking for a thumbs up from the judges. We got the thumbs up. So, round of applause, please. Everybody for Sam and our wonderful judges.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to see you again. Yeah. Hi, Evan. Nice to meet you. Cheers. Thank you very much. Do you need a? Yeah. So I've got some cold. Do you want the hot as well now?
Yes, please.
Smashing.
You don't need to give me too much.
Is that all right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Smashing. Ready for it? Ready? Sam? Have the music, please. And time. All right, judges, let's just get into it. Today, I've brought you a micro-lot coffee produced by Wilton Benitez on his Granja Paraiso 92 farm in Colombia. The variety today is a geisha, grown at 1,950 meters above sea level. The process that this coffee is undertaken is a fully anaerobic koji process. Now, koji is a spore that produces microscopic fungi organisms. These organisms break down sugar starches within the coffee and create more sugar. This means that we can get more sweetness out of each and every bean, which is already naturally inside. Wilton, the process that he has done is he's handpicked this coffee to ensure that it's ripe. He's then submerged it in boiling water for 30 seconds and cold water for 30 seconds to give it a hot, cold water shock. This prepares it for the first stage of the fermentation process, where it is fermented with yeast for 72 hours at 22 degrees Celsius. The coffee is then pulped after this stage, and the second fermentation stage begins. This is where it is anaerobically fermented with the koji for 336 hours, which is 14 days to save you the calculation backstage. In this fermentation stage, it's kept at a pH of 4.3 to best favour the growing conditions of the koji, meaning that we can transform more of these sugar starches into sugars to create a sweeter cup. The coffee is then washed, and it is dried in a controlled environment for 48 hours at 38 degrees Celsius. I've then roasted this coffee myself on a Nikawa 50-gram hot air roaster with a charge temperature of 155 degrees and a drop temperature of 202 degrees Celsius. Just 2 days ago. The water that I'll be using today, judges, I've mineralized myself, and it contains a hardness of 75% and a buffer of 25%. This brings out more of the sweetness and produces a longer, sweeter evolving cup for you today. The brewers that I'll be using today, judges, is the Aurea V3. It's a flat bottom brewer that allows for a fast flow rate and even extraction. It's also made of a polycarbonate, which acts as a thermal regulator, ensuring that my brews today stay at a consistent temperature. My brewing ratio is 14.5 grams of coffee to 220 grams of water. My brewing method is 4 equal pours of 55 grams in 30-second intervals. And what this allows me to do is create more agitation within the coffee bed so that I can increase more extraction and bring out even more sweetness from this coffee today. I'll now start my brews, and as I go over them, I'll go over some of the tasty notes for you. So we'll start on the left-hand side of the scoring sheet with aroma. When hot, you'll get cherry and candied apple. When warm and cool, you'll get cherry and fresh apple. The flavour of this coffee, judges, when hot, you'll get white grape, pomegranate, and peach. And when warm, you'll get nectarine, white peach, and black tea. When the coffee is cool, you'll get tinned peach, nectarine, and tinned peach, nectarine, and black tea again. The aftertaste of this coffee from hot through to cool is black tea, with the exception when it's cool, you'll also get kiwi, and you'll feel this acidity on the side of your tongue and the back of your throat. It's not too intense, but it is pleasant and leaves you craving more. The acidity of this coffee is tropical and malic and citric. Therefore, when hot, you'll get notes of pineapple. When hot and warm, you'll get notes of pineapple. And when cool, you'll get notes of kiwi. Sorry, I've lost myself now. I messed around with the brews a little bit too much. The sweetness of this coffee, when hot, is sweet, like cranberry, white grape. And when warm, is sweet like tinned peach and nectarine. The mouthfeel of this coffee when hot is quite light and delicate, showing the variety of the geisha that Wilton has grown for you today, and his growing capabilities of what he can do. However, when warm and cool, it becomes really tropical, juicy, and rounded. This produces a really nice balance within the brew today. Judges, I'll now serve you the carafes to assess the aroma. I ask that you please swirl 3 times and lift to your nose. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Judges, I hope that you can taste the full development of these coffees, and that I ask, when hot, you use your cupping spoon to slurp from the cup and then sip directly from the cup afterwards. When warm and cool, I ask that you slurp from your cupping spoon and then drink directly from the cup, which will enhance the acidity that you'll taste in this coffee today. Thank you very much. Oh. Time. Oh, I didn't wipe.
Everybody, come on. Better than that. Come on. This is so hard. You put so much time, you put so much energy into it. It's hard, right?
Yeah, I forgot to set the first scale, but I think I timed it just about right. But then I messed up my second pour as a result on the second time round. But I think the coffee will still taste good. I trust the ability of it.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you very much,
first.
judges.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for the judges, please, everybody. Okay. Deep breath.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's so difficult to stand up on here
no.
have to do it, so well done.
Thanks.
Can you share with everybody how that was for you?
Yeah, no. I entered the Brewers last year, which I probably put like more work into the coffee last year. But this
Okay.
year I felt like I put more work into the presentation.
Yeah?
I almost feel like it went worse in a little bit. But I got all the notes across that I
Pretend
wanted.
you didn't say that. Come on,
Yeah, no.
come on.
It was just setting the timer
Yeah.
on the scales. They were turned off when I put them on
Okay.
the stage, so I had to turn them on. And
So you're
then
sharing
I'd
this
not
with an
set-
audience who didn't know that had happened.
Yeah,
I was
no,
sat
no.
watching. I didn't know that had
Yeah,
happened.
no,
This is a crucial thing.
the head judge will see the times and the weights, but
But that aside,
my final weights were the same. It'll taste. It's
Yeah.
still going to taste really nice. It's very
Okay.
good coffee.
yes, very good coffee. We go
yeah.
for that in competition,
No,
don't
it
we?
is. Yeah. It's
So
just
you-
a shame. It was very good backstage as well.
Yeah. It's sometimes how these things go.
Oh,
it
yeah.
doesn't negate all of the practice and all of the learning and all the experiences
No,
up
no.
until this moment. You also don't know everything.
No, that's
No?
it.
You haven't tasted it yet?
If everything's fingers crossed, my descriptors are accurate.
Absolutely.
And that it scores well, which I think it can do.
And
it is
have you
really
had a nice time in the run-up, perhaps?
The run-up is really nice to about 2 or 3 days beforehand, and you're just like, have I got everything? Am I going to turn the scales on properly?
Yeah.
But yeah,
you learn.
and then I ended, well, again, there's 10 minutes, so yeah, I think just the mess-ups made me go
Well,
through it
as a person
really,
who was
really
sat
quick.
watching you in the audience, I wouldn't have used the word mess up. I'm sure the people who are here supporting you wouldn't use the word mess up. I think you don't need to be so hard on yourself. I think
no.
everybody needs to give you another round of applause. Everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you for
No,
sharing it
that's
with
all right.
us. And we'll be back soon with our next competitor. Stay. Sorry?
Cafe culture, can you hear me? We are on to competitor number 10 of the UK Brewers Cup Championship 2024. I got my eyes on the judges. How we looking? Are we ready? We feeling ready? Competitors, are we ready? I'm going to give you the stage. It's all yours. Give it up for Laura from Saint Espresso.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. Could I hear my music, please? Is everybody ready? Time. Judges, I believe when it comes to coffee, our intentions have the power to shape the industry. The coffee I have here today is a perfect example of that. This is a coffee that has had intention behind every step of its journey, from the farm to the roasting to the way I'll be brewing it for you today.
The coffee I'm brewing for you today is a first-generation hybrid known as Centro Americano, and it was born from an intentional crossbreeding with the hopes of uniting the disease-resilient T5296 with the delicious Sudan Rumé strain. The intention was to craft a coffee that would work for both farmers and consumers. However, the outcome of this union surpassed all expectations. Centro Americano boasts nearly complete immunity to coffee leaf rust, yields 40% more than either of its parents, and it has exceptional cup quality. It was grown at 1,300 meters above sea level in the Tarrazú region of Costa Rica at the Tira Estate farm. Now, the Tira Estate isn't just any farm. It's a place with a mission, and here their aim goes beyond merely just benefiting their cooperative members. The Tira Estate is a pioneering ground for the sustainable practices and innovative techniques in coffee cultivation through the growth of unique and experimental coffee varieties with the intention of not only benefiting consumers, but also the environment and the communities that depend on coffee cultivation. After harvesting, it was spread across sun-drenched patios for a span of 22 days. While here, the coffee absorbed natural sugars within the cherry, encapsulating the sweetness and full-bodiness that you'll find in the cup. We roasted this coffee to an end temperature of 199 degrees, with a 14% development. Now, our intention with the roast was to highlight that complexity and bring forward the sweetness developed at the farm. And we achieved this by implementing a soak. This means we kept the coffee at a very low temperature at the beginning of the roast and then drastically increased it. This allowed us to extend the Maillard phase, giving this coffee its pronounced sweetness. For the water I'll be brewing with today, I first started out with 1 litre of distilled water. This gave me a blank canvas and allowed me to build a water that would intentionally work with the coffee. I added in 40 milligrams of magnesium. The magnesium unlocks delicate flavours without introducing bitterness, ultimately allowing this coffee's natural acidity to shine through. I then added in 20 milligrams of calcium. The calcium ions bind with the coffee proteins, helping to stabilise the emulsion. This stability has a positive effect on the mouthfeel, giving this coffee its smooth texture. I'll be pouring from 2 kettles today. I'll be pouring at 96 degrees, and I'll be pouring a small amount of water out before each pour. This is to ensure consistent temperature and a uniform extraction across all 3 brews. I chose to brew on the origami dripper. Its rib structure and unique material are not just design choices, but intentional elements that retain heat. This heat retention allows me to achieve a higher extraction. I chose to pair it with a flat bottom filter. This type of filter ensures uniform water flow through the coffee bed, giving me a more even extraction. For my recipe today, I'll be using 15 grams of coffee to 250 grams of water. And I'll be pouring in 3 pours. The first pour will be 50 grams. Here, CO2 will escape from the coffee, taking with it the acidic compounds. And here, making the brew initially bright. My second pour will be 100 grams. And here is where I'll extract the Maillard and the caramel compounds. These bring sweetness to support the acidity. My third and final pour will be 100 grams, and this is where I'll achieve my desired strength with a TDS of 1.31 and a 23% extraction. For your aroma today, it'll have a medium intensity, a medium high complexity, and you will find plum, apple, vanilla, and milk chocolate. The flavor when hot, you will find tropical fruits and mandarin. The flavor when warm, you will find baked apple and vanilla. The flavor when cool, you will find juicy blackcurrant. The aftertaste will be long and lingering. And you will find notes of milk chocolate, plum, baked apple, cinnamon, and again vanilla. The acidity, when hot and warm, will have a medium intensity, which increases as it cools. When hot and warm, the acidity will have an apple-like character. It's fruit-forward throughout. And when it cools, it will be like a juicy blackcurrant. The sweetness will be high quality and elegant all the way through. It's deep and rich and reminds me of brown sugar. The mouthfeel, when hot and warm, will have a medium intensity which grows as it cools. When hot and warm, it will be smooth, and when cool, it will become juicy. Now, judges, I will pass you your crafts for your aroma assessment. For your aroma assessment, please swirl 5 times, lift the carafe to your nose and breathe in long and deep, and then repeat. That intentional process will help you better perceive the aromas. Yana, please enjoy. Vicky, please enjoy. Crystal, please enjoy. Judges, are you ready for me to serve you? Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've chosen to serve in the Urea Sense Cup. This cup was intentionally designed to enhance your sensory experience. It has a narrow rim and a wide bowl. This channels aromatic compounds from the coffee to your olfactory receptors, giving you an integrated experience of flavour and aroma. As you can see, it has no handle, so please hold from the narrow rim when it's hot. Judges, the integration of F1 hybrids into the coffee industry represents a pivotal moment, one where intention, tradition, and science converge to elevate the quality, sustainability, and diversity of specialty coffee, ultimately benefiting consumers, producers, and the entire coffee supply chain. It's been my pleasure to serve this exciting new coffee for you today. Yana, please enjoy. Vicky, please enjoy. Crystal, please enjoy. Time. I feel like I'm gonna cry.
One more time, let's give it up for Laura!
Yeah, deep breaths. It's done now. It's done now.
This is the nice part. Laura, I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
Throughout the entirety of your performance today, which was phenomenal,
Thank you.
I was watching your coach Diana over there, and I don't think I've seen a prouder parent if I have ever seen in my life. That was phenomenal. And
Thank you.
tell me a little bit about how you enjoyed your experience today. How did it go?
This was great. So this was my first year competing. I did Barista Championships, I did semi-finals, and then I did, oh, thank you so much. Bye, Nick. Thank you, Emma. Bye, Nick. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Vicky. Nice to see you. Thank you, Yana. It was, yeah, so this is like my 4th time on stage this year, and it does get easier every time. But that moment where you say time, it's like, whoo. It's just...
The world definitely becomes a smaller place while you're in that time frame.
Oh, God, 10 minutes feels like 10 hours.
Yeah. But I have to say, honestly, as a completely unbiased viewer, everything clicked together so well. Everything was so intentional. You should be very proud of your performance.
I put a lot of effort into that routine. It's my first time doing brewers, and it's a lot of words. And I wanted to deliver the information without. I wanted it to flow. I wanted to have a nice concept. And like the coffee that I used as part of that is like these kinds of coffees are amazing for the industry. They're so much better for the environment, better for farmers, better for consumers. And I really wanted to bring that in with it.
And you did a great job of it. I'm going to let you shake them off now.
Yes.
Fantastic performance. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
See you soon. One more time for Laura! Shortly, we're going to be moving on to the next competitor, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, cafe culture, everybody. Do I sound like a teacher if I say eyes on me? Everybody look this way because it's the UK Brewers Cup 2024. I have a fabulous competitor just behind me, ready to go. I have fabulous judges over on my left. It's a fabulous time. So I'm going to make eye contact with the judges now. They're giving me a thumbs up. Everybody, round of applause for our judges, please. And round of applause for Jean Kerr from Curious Brew.
Woo! Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. Thank you. No. Yes. 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 Of course.
Just a little bit.
Is it okay? Can I stop? Cool. And time. Good afternoon, judges. Hope you had a great day so far. Today, we're going to dive into a brilliant coffee from Guatemala, where some of the most exceptionally unique coffees are from. And Guatemala is a beautifully diverse country. This can be said about its people, culture, climate, and geography. And today I'm lucky enough to serve you a coffee from a farm called Nueva Granada. It's nestled between two tallest volcanoes in the country. This is grown with an elevation between 1,200 to 1,600 meters above the sea level, which gives this bean amazing complexity of flavor. Its owner, Dieter, foster a community around him. There is a secondary and primary school, health clinic, football pitch, and church for the working community. He also sponsored 50 children from the neighboring city to actually go and study on to the school on the farm. And because these loyal workers are being looked after, this also contributed to the great quality of this cup. And we roasted this coffee in a powerful Loring S35 with a total duration time of 10.5 minutes and temperature of 211 degrees. And we controlled the development time to be 1 minute and 20 seconds, just because this is a honey process bean. And with that, we can extract the sweetness better. Talking about this bean, this is a honey processed geisha from Guatemala. And actually really fitting with what the farm is doing. They have an eco mill system, which drastically reduces the water being used in the farm. And similarly, a honey processed bean uses much less water than the traditional wash method, which make it more environmental friendly. And back to the bean. So after we control the development time to be 1 minute and 20 seconds, the sweetness that is very iconic from the honey processed bean become more visible in the brew method I have chosen today. The brewer I'm choosing is an Oreo V3. Its flat bottom allowed it to be more consistent across the 3 cups, and nowadays become more popular with home brewers. And its polycarbonate materials holds the heat better, which also helped me to extract this honey processed bean sweetness. And the bean I'm going to dose in today will be 15 grams. And the water usage will be 250 grams in total. And the water will be around 60 parts per million, which helps to balance the sweetness and acidity of this cup and also create a clean body. And the water I'm going to use will be around 93 degrees, which also helped me to extract the sweetness of this cup. And today I'm going to use 50 grams of water to bloom for 30 seconds. In this way, I can extract the sweetness and the brightness of this coffee. And the second pour will also be 50 gram. This 50 gram will help me to extract the brightness even more. And the third pour and the final pour will be 75 gram each with the 30 seconds interval. And in this brew, when it's hot and warm, you can taste lemon, raspberry, and peach. And when it's cooler, you can taste mandarin, ripe pineapple, and peach. The aftertaste, it's sweet and refreshing in all three stages. When it's hot and warm, it has a lingering, lasting honey and black tea finish. And when it's cooler, it's mandarin and ripe pineapple. The acidity is medium light, like fruit tea. When it's hot and warm, it's malic like peach. And when it's cooler, it's citric like mandarin. And the body is medium light, like fruity. When it's hot and warm, it's juicy and tea-like. When it's cooler, it's round and juicy. And thank you so much for waiting, judges. So I'm going to pass on this cup, the server, to you. And it would be lovely if you could assess the aroma. So please swirl 5 times before you assess the aroma. Thank you so much for waiting. Thank you so much for waiting. Thanks so much for waiting. And on the nose, you should be able to assess honeysuckle, lemon, and peach. And I'm going to serve your coffee today in this beautiful hand-mixed ceramic cups from Cornwall. Ceramics helps the brew to cool down quickly, then hold the temperature. It creates a unique sensory experience when you can actually assess the balance much more easily. May I? May I? May I? When the cup is too hot, please use a cupping spoon in a napkin to assess the flavor. And thank you so much for waiting. As this is a honey processed bean, it has this mellow sweetness like honey in the cup. And yeah, the sweetness is like raspberry in all three stages, which I think is very pleasing. It's very easy to drink. And this bean is grown by some extraordinary people, but we believe that collective diversity is at the heart of Guatemala's coffee industry. And we believe that this is going to continue to play an essential part for the future of coffee. And I really hope that you enjoyed today's experience and I had a great time today. And thank you so much for having me. And that's time. Thank you.
Woo! Okay, I am gonna walk my way over here. Maybe we can stay on the platform if you want. Or do you want to step off for a minute? Where are you more comfortable? Here. Now I get to look tall. Well done.
Thank you.
It's hard doing this. Thank you, judges. It's also hard doing what you do. Round of applause for our judges, please. Thank you so much. Yes, so deep breath. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of practice. You tell people about how you prepared for the competition, how you're feeling right now.
Well, quickest 10 minutes of my life. I thought it was going to be long, but like literally just like, 1 minute left? But yeah, I had a good time. I think that I got a lot of advice from people that was like, come on, help, like teach me how to brew better. But they're all like, no, just go and have a good time because that's how you can do better.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I had a good time and I really enjoyed brewing the coffee. I really love for like, you know, like judges to give their time. So I'm very grateful for that. And also very grateful for the opportunity as well. It's been a hard year. I used to run a coffee shop.
Okay.
And have to close it in June.
Oh no.
So I thought I wouldn't have a chance to stand here again.
Yeah.
But yeah, so being here is like a dream. So I'm really very grateful to be here and have my friends. Yes, I'm really grateful.
What an amazing attitude. We're very grateful to have you here. It was wonderful. You could feel that you were having fun during it, and we had fun as a result of it. Yes. So thank you. Is there anybody in the audience just want to give a quick shout out? Thank you to?
I do. Sorry, it's pretentious.
Nothing happened.
I do really want to thank Raymond and Josh, especially Josh. They used to work for me in a coffee shop.
Okay.
And they, even though, you know, like we have to close and I can't pay them anymore, they still remain my friends and they actually make it today and I'm very grateful.
Round of applause for community. It matters. Support your people. Thank you very much for the audience. We'll be back so soon. So just stay where you are and watch the next one shortly. Well done.
Gabriel, attending the UK Brewers Cup, please come to the stage wherever you might be. Gabriel, to the stage. Cafe Culture, can you hear me? I said Cafe Culture, can you hear me? I'm going to try that one more time. Cafe Culture, can you hear me? That's more like it. We are on to competitor number 12 of the UK Brewers Cup. I would like to warmly welcome Elena Borat to the stage. Give her a round of applause. Representing the North, and we have our lovely judges who all look fabulous. You all look great, by the way. If you'd like to take centre stage, it's all yours. Best of luck.
Welcome. Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. Hello, hello. Could I have my music, please? Everyone ready? Let's begin. Time. Hello, everyone. I'm really honored to welcome you all here on this lovely afternoon. Today, I'm going to present to you what I think is the most interesting cup of coffee I have ever come across. It has a beautiful story behind it, meticulous processing, and everything about it just screamed at me when I first tried it. And so I decided to take the leap of faith and bring it over to show it to the world. It is pretty renowned though. It is the incredible Geisha Clouds by Finca San Cayetano from Colombia, produced by Milton Monroe and expertly roasted by the special guests. The processing method of this coffee includes 2 stages. The natural correction anaerobic fermentation stage, followed by the natural drying stage, both of which enrich the coffee with a beautiful fruit-driven sweetness and bright acidity that you're going to be able to taste in this coffee today. Now that's not all. The coffee also gets plenty of rest after its processing, which elevates the floral tasting notes of coffee as well. And I will be able to tell you more once we start our brewing. Now let me tell you how we're going to brew this coffee today. My brewer of choice is Oria V3 Mark II. The Oria version 3 is already iconic in many ways. However, the Mark II version and its 32 tiny teeth ensure a very uniform drawdown, preventing any stalling within the coffee, allowing me to replicate each coffee time after time, and also to extract everything in quite a short period of time, which is going to be just over 2 minutes today. Let me tell you more about the grind. So we double ground all of our doses on Comandante C40. First at 1600 micron and then at 710 micron. Double grinding allows us to effectively get rid of the silver skin and also to make sure, ensure the higher uniformity, which will increase the sweetness and acidity of this coffee as it's going to start pouring down, especially at the beginning. Without further ado, let's just get to brewing. So my pouring method today is quite straightforward. I'm going to be pouring a ratio of 1 to 14 with 13 grams of coffee in my dose and 180 grams of water. My water is distilled water with aquacode at 60 parts per million. This presents all of the best, extracts all of the best sweetness in this coffee and bright acidity, as I mentioned before as well.
You had 3 minutes.
Thank you. Now, as we're starting our pour, I'm going to start by agitating the coffee and moving my kettle quite rapidly around the bed. I'm going to pour 40 grams. This allows me to extract all of the beautiful acidity in this coffee, which, if you would like to make a note, is malic and citric. And it reminds me of red berries and tropical fruits. And as the coffee cools down, it becomes tastes like a raspberry. The acidity throughout will be medium to high, hot through to cold. For my second pour, I will start slowly moving my kettle around the bed, making sure that all of the grounds are interacting with the coffee equally. Another important detail I need to mention as well, with my pouring style, I can let the bed fully drain in between each pour. I'm letting everything that this coffee has to give, all the most beautiful things, end up in a carafe below. So, going back to the sweetness, if you'd like to make a note, it will be medium through to high, reminding me of strawberry candy. And as the coffee cools down, juicy pineapple becomes apparent as well. The intensity will be medium to high. Now, this coffee also has beautiful mouthfeel. If you'd like to make a note, it is medium in strength, and as the coffee is hot, and when it cools down, it becomes very syrupy, just like fruit juice. Moving on for my third pour, I will pour straight down to the middle at around 6 grams per second, all the way to 180 grams. I don't need to agitate much at this stage. All I want to do is to make sure that the coffee balances out. I remove any risk of astringency or bitterness within the coffee and allow it, again, to open up more. Now, this coffee will present beautiful flavors that are medium to high in brightness, reminding me first of strawberry candy, and as the coffee cools down, candied pineapple, raspberry, and flavors of rose, as in the flower, are prominent throughout the way. So as my coffee has now done dripping down, I can tell you more about the aromas. So the aromas today are very floral, delicate. They like to linger, but they're also not very prominent straight away. So we'll take our time, allow the coffee to degas a little bit. And while we're doing that, I can tell you more about how it was roasted today. Please be careful. It was roasted by special guests 7 days ago. The roast level is medium light. This was done on purpose to preserve all of the beautiful florality of this coffee, but at the same time to give it that candy sweetness you're about to experience. So now, judges, I would like to give you the carafe. I'll swirl it before I'm giving it to you, and I would like you to bring it to your nose, and please just assess the aroma at this stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will be right back. Now, the processing method, again, it is so complex and meticulous that I felt compelled to write it all out to you in the notes. You're welcome to take these cards behind the stage with you. And on the reverse of the card, there will be a full recipe and description with flavor notes as well. This is also all for your convenience, to make sure that no details are missed out. Now, before we proceed, please allow me to take your coffees and transfer them in your serving vessel. Are you ready? Thank you very much. Are you ready? Thank you very much. Are you ready? Thank you so much. Now, this coffee boasts all the best aspects of complex processing, starting giving you all of the best aspects, but without any of the funky flavors. It is light and bright, with a beautiful aftertastes that are floral and medium in intensity, and really like to linger in your mouth, reminding me of rose. When you are assessing this coffee, I would like to ask for you to please use your cupping spoon to assess the sweetness and acidity. And then when you're assessing the mouthfeel and all of the other aspects of the coffee, please take it in two of your hands, sit back and be present with the coffee to appreciate all of the beautiful story that took us to be able to share this coffee together today. This coffee is an ode to the craftsmanship and the love for what we do. I will be right back. Thank you very much for sharing this beautiful moment with me today. Time.
One more time, give it up for Alina!
Oh, no, no. It's okay. Thank you.
Can we just say thank you to the judges before we go?
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please enjoy.
Do you have any of your cold water?
Cold water. It's behind the stage on the trolley.
Alina, can I steal you over here for a second?
Is my mic off?
We're good, we're good.
Okay.
Deep breath.
Whew.
How you feeling?
I'm very well. Thank you very much. I have a feeling I've repeated myself several times there, but
But that's
I feel
okay.
good.
I mean, as a completely unbiased perspective, I think that everybody got the message loud and clear, and you represented your coffee beautifully.
Thank you.
So, talk to me about how you were feeling during the process and now afterwards. How would you compare the two?
So I am very fortunate to have my amazing friends with me throughout all of the journey, and throughout getting ready for this competition in general. I've had incredible support from the specialty coffee community. From top-of-the-notch offers of top-of-the-notch equipment, sponsorships, amazing bean samples. I've been blown away at how great our community is.
That's beautiful.
For the record, this is my very first time ever performing
your
in a
first time,
competition.
Alina's first time competing, everybody,
So,
first time.
Thank you so much, guys, and yeah, I'm happy I've done that.
No,
now.
done it and smashed it. So congratulations.
Thank you
I'm going to
very
let you
much.
shake off all the nerves. So well done, and
Thank
hope
you.
you see you in the next round. See you. One more time for Alina. We'll shortly be on to competitor 13? 13 shortly, so don't go anywhere. I've got my eyes on all of you. Nobody leaving.
Are we ready? Yes, we are. Listen to how loud and echoey and annoying my voice is. Wonderful. I won't talk for too long because we have a wonderful competitor joining us on stage for the UKBrC Cup 2024. It's really hard to get up on stage. You practice lots, you think about it lots, lots of time and energy. So I'd love to introduce our penultimate competitor, Kang Lee Dai. And our wonderful judges, huge round of applause, everybody, please.
Hello. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Hello. Good. Yes, it's the sponsored water. Yeah. Okay. Mac testing, Mac testing. Can I please try my music? Thank you. Can you play from the beginning, please? Judges ready? 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 Time. 1 + 1 greater than 2. Hello, my guests. Welcome to Cafe Studio. My name is Connie. I'm your brewer today. The coffee I'm serving you is one of a kind. It's the double geisha blend from 2 different origins and 2 different processing methods, both roasted by Manhattan Coffee Roastery based in Rotterdam on the Typhoon 2022 roaster, with the optimal blending ratio of 70% to 30%. Those 2 contrasting geisha spark new flavor notes I have not encountered in either of the coffee. The first geisha is Leti Bermudez, produced by Diego Bermudez, grow at altitude of 1,960 meters above sea level in Finca El Paraíso, Colombian. This coffee has undergone a very complex and controlled double fermentation thermoshock process. Once complete, the coffee is dried by a mechanical drying system for 29 hours. Then, until it reaches the moisture content of 10%. This unique processing method brings out notes of peach and mango. The second geisha is Alchengulo, produced by Finca Mirish, grow at altitude of 1,550 meters above sea level in the farm Santa Lucia, Honduras. After the dark red coffee cherry is picked, is depulped, then dry fermented for 36 hours. Then is transported to a raised bed inside a greenhouse, which is designed to allow 50% shading to achieve slow drying. This controlled method brings out tons of sweetness from the coffee and also give the coffee a silky mouthfeel. I'm making our coffee in origami air. This brewer helps to bring out the sweetness of the coffee. I'm using flat bottom, double filter. This helps to get smooth mouthfeel and soft acidity. I'm using 13 grams of coffee to 200 grams of water. The coffee is blended dose by dose, then grind on a comandante at 29 clicks. There are 4 pours in total. 50 grams of water per pour, with 20-second pause in between each. The first 3 pours are circular pours with water temperature at 92 degrees C. The last one is center pour with water temperature at 85 degrees C.
This is to prevent unpleasant dryness end up in your coffee from the final brewing stage. My pouring speed is at 5 grams per second throughout my brew. And my total brew time will be at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. By blending 70% of latte with 30% of Alciagulo, latte brings that peach candy-like aroma. Long-lasting brown sugar-like aftertaste. Peach and mango-like sweetness. And freshly whipped cream-like mouthfeel. Whereas Alciagulo elevates the sweetness and the clarity of the fruity notes of latte and brings that refreshing iced tea-like acidity when cooled down. This is the optimal recipe for this unique blend to create the best cup of coffee for you. And you will be the very first person to taste it. The info card is for you to keep. Please take backstage as reference. Thank you. Now, please bear with me when I prepare to serve your coffee. Please, only assess the aroma first and wait for my instruction. Thank you. This is for you. This is for you. And this is for you. On the nose, you will encounter an intense peach candy-like aroma, followed by dark brown sugar. When you're ready, please, with the golden spoon provided, mix the coffee 10 times clockwise. You can place the spoon in the ceramic dish when finished. After that, please enjoy the coffee directly from the cup. Enjoy. The combination choice of using origami air, brewing directly into the serving cup, different brewing temperatures. Lastly, 10 times mixing is to achieve coffee temperature of 60 degrees. That's where the dark brown sugar sweetness at its peak. From hot to warm, you will taste the flavor of sweet peach and ripe mango up front. Then just a hint of mixed spice of cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove, like eating carrot cake, follows. When it's cooled down, you will taste peach iced tea and rhubarb custard candy. It's very refreshing and sweet. The aftertaste is long, coating your mouth and lingering with notes of dark brown sugar and peach. From hot to cold, the intensity of the fruitiness became denser. The acidity became more lively, and then the fruity sweetness escalates.
The acidity is soft and mild to start with, like eating juicy red plum. When cooled down, it tastes like peach iced tea. When hot, you'll be overwhelmed with peach and dark brown sugar sweetness, like eating peach upside down cake. That high sweetness carried all the way through different temperatures and developed into peach juice. The mouthfeel is sticky, like eating fresh whipped cream to start with. Then it turned to silky mouthfeel, like eating high quality white chocolate. When cold, it's still very silky, with slightly lighter body, like drinking iced tea, refreshing. This is a very balanced cup of coffee from hot to cold. You can experience the flavor complexity through all temperatures. Coffee is a beverage. I feel like the value of coffee will be achieved and fulfilled when it's enjoyed by you and by you. My name is Connie. I'm your brewer today. I wish you enjoyed your visit and have a great day. Time!
Peach, 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 peach. I think we will do a round of applause for the judges. Everybody, yes, huge round of applause for the judges. Thank you. And the tripping hazards that we are ignoring. We've had violence from our judges where they have damaged the stage in their determination to have some tripping moments. So we will be shortly joined by Connie to discuss that amazing peachy-oriented service. Can I ask, did you dye your hair to match the peach vibes? Because I felt like the colour of your hair really matched everything you were describing.
It's a coincidence, but it's a really good coincidence,
Yeah,
definitely.
I would say it was deliberate now, right?
Thank you.
So you've competed before, latte art.
Latte art, yes, yes.
How is this compared as an experience?
It's a lot of speaking involved in the brewer's cup.
Yeah.
Whereas for the latte art, it's minimal speaking.
Okay.
So it's very different.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And in terms of preparation for it, have you approached it in the same way, or is it
Oh, no. I approach differently because I feel like for that, you need lots of brain power for the speech. So I need to practice less, but with high quality practices.
Yeah, okay. And did you practice on your own, or did you practice with anybody who's
Yeah,
here?
with
or...
Jenny. I don't know where she are, but here you
Yeah,
go.
Thank you.
Most of the time, and then at home, when I'm driving, walking, just practice the speech.
Amazing. Well, it looked flawless from my point of view. I had a great time watching you.
Thank you.
Smelled amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing it with us. Before you go, anybody else you want to say thank you to, shout out, or you?
My team at Space and Coffee Studio, thank you. I know you guys are watching.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you, everybody. We will be back shortly with our final competitor on this stage. Don't go anywhere. Come back because it's super exciting, right? We find out who's going through soon. So come back.
Good afternoon, cafe culture. There's lots of smiley faces now. We're getting to the end of the day. You're really happy. Look at you. You're very happy. Are you coffeeed out? You've had enough? We'll go get some more after this together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the final event of the night. Can I get a woo? I love it. I love it. A very passionate crowd. I want to start off by thanking everybody for coming to attend. We have Gabriel, who is our final competitor for the UKBrC Cup. I'd like to welcome the judges to the stage. Gabriel and judges, the floor is yours. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, it's my voice again, it's my face again. I'd like to say a huge thank you to our sponsors for today's event. From Dog and Hat. I said Dog and Hat. I said Britta. I said Britta again. I said Benwood. I'm going to rerun that. I said Benwood. I said Fellow. I said Marco. And I said all you guys as well. Thank you so much for making today's event possible. You're all the best. You'll see my face and my mouth at the end of the show.
Can I get my music, please? Okay. Everyone ready? Yes? Okay. Time. Nothing excites me more than brewing a delicious cup from exploring things that I have never seen before. We've seen so many steps forward in coffee in recent years, from farm to cup, from innovative processing methods, new technologies for roasting, grinding, and brewing. Even our basic understanding of extraction has come so far. This coffee that I'll brew for you is a leap into the unknown with the raw material itself. New varieties, ripe for exploration. In 2020, Kimma Coffee began an investigation to understand what kind of coffee grows in Yemen. They found that alongside the cultivated varieties we see all around the world in other coffee growing origins, they also found a new genetic group of Arabica. And this genetic group is called Yemenia. Yemenia grows and flourishes today only in Yemen, and I'm honored to be able to share such a special moment with you today, brewing this for you. When I first brewed Yemenia, I was blown away by a whirlwind of complex fruits, spices, and florals, wrapped up in a rich texture, something I had never tasted before, an intoxicating character. I'll be brewing two coffees for you today. The first, from the isolated village of Bani Ofer. The second, from the region of Haima Dakhliya. Bani Ofer's coffee was grown between 1,800 and 2,200 meters above sea level. And Jaime Dakhlia's coffee was grown at 2,200 meters above sea level and higher. Jaime Dakhlia in particular is the region where Yemenia came from. A high concentration of shade trees slows down the maturation of the cherry because of the high temperatures, the extremely high temperatures the coffee trees see during the day and the extremely low temperatures the coffee trees see during the evening. This leads to complex fruit flavors in the cup. I'll be using 14 grams of the Bani Affair to 2 grams of the Jaime Dakhlia. I found that the Bani Affair bursts with beautiful sweetness, so intense, like fig jam. And the Jaime Dakhlia with a beautiful acidity to balance out that intense sweetness. I'll be using a water temperature of 92 degrees Celsius, and my water is custom today, sitting at 90 ppm with a 5:14 ratio of calcium to magnesium. I found this was the best way to express acidity. My ratio will be 1:15, so that means 240 milliliters of water. I'll be pouring 50 milliliters to start off with, followed by another 50 milliliters 20 seconds later. That second pour will release trapped gases and increase the saturations of the grounds. I use a combination of circular pours and center pours, and this helps me get optimal balance of sweetness and acidity. This coffee was kept separate and roasted 2 weeks ago on an air roaster. The Bani Affair for 6.5 minutes, and the Jaime Dakhlia for 7.5 minutes, both with a 20% development time ratio. I'm using the origami air dripper. The conical shape and material of this dripper lead to a faster flow, further expressing that acidity. I'm also using dry paper filters. These were rinsed and dried to help your perception of texture. I start my later pour at 1 minute and 35 seconds. This is the rest of the water, and it's split into a circle and a straight pour. Now it's time to make some notes for me for descriptors. For the aroma, you will find rose water, candied fig, and plum. For flavors, when hot, you will taste plum, apricot, and fig. When warm, you will taste apricot jam, watermelon, and plum. And when cool, you will taste pineapple, candied fig, and rose water.
2 minutes left.
Now, please assess the aroma directly from the carafe after swirling 4 times. This one's for you. This one's for you. This one's for you. And I'll be back in a moment. The acidity is medium in intensity and malic. The sweetness will be intense, like a tropical cordial. The aftertaste, strong, lingering and floral. And the texture, syrupy throughout the 3 stages. For you. This is for you. Enjoy. And this is for you. Thank you so much for sharing this moment with me today, and I hope you enjoy the cup of coffee. Time.
One more time for Gabriel!
Thank you. Yes, yes. Shall I pour the hot water?
Okay, but we're just going to thank the judges before they leave. Thank you, judges. You have been absolutely excellent today. Gabriel, can I steal you for a second?
Yes, you can.
Right. How you feeling? Done and dusted?
Still nervous somehow.
We can take a deep breath together, right? We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. Everything's good.
Yeah.
So, main focus of your routine today was obviously the impacts and procedures that Kim is doing in Yemen at the moment and representing Yemeni coffee. Tell me a little bit about how that fitted into everything.
So, when I wanted to come and compete here, I wanted my presentation to show something that I'm really excited about. And like I was saying, I'm really excited about tasting new flavors and new things. And Yemeni being this new genetic group is like always been exciting to me, even before I tasted it. And then when I tasted it, it delivered even more than I expected. And Yemen is such a rich coffee growing origin. They're so rich culturally as well. And there's just so much potential for the future that I just can't wait to see it.
No, that's fantastic. Sounds excellent. I'm going to let you shake off all the nerves backstage. I'll probably sneak back there to see if I can get a sniff of the coffee myself.
Of course.
Congratulations, Gabriel. Well done.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, gang, that wraps up the final performance for the night. This is a little bit nerve-wracking. I get to see how they feel now. I'm going to ask my partner in crime, Grace, to embrace the stage. Do you want to seal the deal, let the guys know what's going on after this?
I do. Thank you. Thank you for the woos. We appreciate that. First of all, thank you to everybody for showing up. Competing is so hard. You have to come up on stage and like bare your soul. It really does feel like that. And it's so much time and energy before you're even up there. So many people involved. So thank you for showing support, celebrating lovely humans, celebrating coffee. None of this would be possible without our fabulous sponsors. We're going to do a collective shout out to the sponsors. Omar's running away, and I'm like, we're going to do a collective shout out. Okay, and everybody needs to applaud them. Yes? Okay. Boiler sponsor, Marco. Yes. Brewing equipment sponsor, Fellow. Beautiful grinder sponsor, Bedwood. Yeah. Sexy water sponsor, Britta! And couldn't do any of it without our coffee sponsor, Dog and Hat. Woo! Thank you so much. We will be back at 4:30 with the announcements. And before I sign off, everybody, Omar has never emceed before. Isn't he amazing? Huge round of applause for Omar, who's going to steal the microphone.
I just want to let you guys know, when they asked me to MC, I had a whole bunch of raps ready, but then they told me I'm just commentating on stuff. So I was a little bit upset. So if you want to stay after the show, I'll be able to rap for you then. No, thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't go anywhere. Stay here for the results. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. You can root for whoever you're rooting for, and we'll see you then.
Anticlimactic, potentially, Jonathan. No. Cafe culture. Humans who love coffee. Everybody. Yes! This is what we want. You know what we're expecting now. We are expecting energy. We are expecting applause. We're expecting love and community. These are big asks. And photos of Omar, because what a beautiful human being. What a beautiful person. Okay, so we're going to do some thanks, but competitors, if you can start slowly coming close so that when we call you, it's smooth. Okay, so as you can imagine, it takes a lot of people to make an event like this work, right? So first and foremost, we actually want to shout out Alex and Jonathan, who are running away, who have worked incredibly hard, and all of the SCA volunteers.
Every single one of the SCA volunteers.
Keep the applause going. Keep it going. Yes. Thank you.
I've been in trouble today because I can't keep this mic in my mouth.
We also, of course, need to thank our sponsors. So, you know the drill by now. If I have to remind you to applaud, you're doing it wrong. So, here we go. Our sponsors are...
Britta! Edward! Hello! Marco!
We also need to thank Adita, who
Adita, where are you?
Somewhere for our World Coffee Rep. Thank you. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to everybody who supported competitors. This is no small thing. Thank you to our wonderful judges.
Oh, massive thank you to our judges.
Wonderful human beings. I hope you're getting the theme that we are very thankful to you all. We are thankful to our competitors who we are now inviting to join us on the stage. Please.
Competitors, if you can
round
come
of
up.
applause
Round
for
of
the
applause for our competitors.
Woo!
Yeah, so the ones that are not in the top.
So the ones that are not in
Okay.
Wow, you guys look gorgeous.
Look at these beautiful humans.
You all look gorgeous.
Another round of applause. We're gonna come in.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm gonna just...
There is a tripping hazard that we have pretended isn't there all day by tripping over repeatedly, demonstrated wonderfully by our judges, actually. So, for everybody's reference, we will be announcing the top 6 today. The final is tomorrow. Everybody show up and support.
Show some love
Yes.
to everybody taking part if you're here tomorrow.
To those who don't make it through to tomorrow, you will be welcome to return in the morning to get your feedback. Unfortunately, we can't do any feedback today, okay? So in no particular order, Omar is his first time hosting, and now he is going to announce the first person through for the next round.
First person through to the next round, the semi-finals and the finals of the Brewers Cup. We mess up sometimes too, you know.
Yeah, it's good. Learning.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll.
Is Crystal.
Congratulations. Okie dokie, yes.
Should I?
Pick a number, Chris. This is where you'll compete tomorrow. Drum roll again, and Omar is going to read
Chris, competing third.
Okay. My adrenaline is really high. I feel nervous, and I didn't even compete. So I'm going to not do too much tension building. But again, same hype, same energy. The second person going through it, again, this is in no order. It is Peachy Connie. No! It's the matching hair colour. Pick a number, Connie. Show it to our lovely waiting audience.
First.
Number one!
Number one!
Well done, well done.
Again, in no particular order, the third person through is
Well done. Please pick a number, Laura. Drum roll again, everybody. We're keeping the excitement high. Number 5. So
Number 5.
3 and 5. Oh, God, I'm shaking. Okay. Next person announced. Is everyone paying attention? We're still keeping it high. Drum roll, drum roll. It is current UK reigning champ, Luca Bruce. Come over! Woo! Well done. I have to get you to pick a number. It's like the bingo, only I don't know any of the number shortcuts. So, the position you'll be brewing in tomorrow is number 2.
Number 2.
Well done. Join us.
The 5th person through to the next round, representing Clifton Coffee Roasters.
Yeah! Woo! Paul, would you like to pick a number, Paul?
What are we looking at here, Paul?
It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure.
There's some serious.
Blame Jonathan. This is number 6.
Number 6.
Okay. Again, everybody who showed up today and competed are a winner. It takes so much time and energy to do this. Nobody who doesn't get through tomorrow doesn't deserve it. So much love and respect for everybody. I competed once, I never did it again.
No,
I just act the fool now.
I
it's
can't
so hard.
agree more. Like, I'm nervous as an MC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that really means that I'm just talking rubbish into a mic, really.
That is it.
But
So-
honestly, a huge respect to everybody that competed today. I'm proud of you all. I hope you all know that. I'm so proud of you and where you are and what you've achieved.
So
You should
before
know
we
that.
announce the final person, can we just do another huge round of applause for everybody? Everybody who's competed. And the last person going through tomorrow, Vancouver Casinos! Come on over. Well done, Vag.
Any number except.
What number could possibly be left? Here we go. Drum roll. Do we need the anticipation for the number we already know? No, I can see it. It's 4. We all lost count. We all lost count. Huge round of applause to everybody who will be competing tomorrow. UKBrC Cup 2024. Huge round of applause to everybody who competed today, showed up, everybody who supported them. Competitors who won't be competing tomorrow, Dog and Hat, the coffee sponsor, have donated presents for you, so please come and collect them. Everybody, coffee, we love it! Huge round of applause. Well done. Well done. I can't believe it. Well done, well done.